if anyone, right? So good morning. Good morning if you're in America. Good afternoon if you're here in the Middle East and elsewhere. Hello to everyone. I'm honored to open the 14th annual conference of the Ezri Center for Iran and Gulf States Research at the University of Haifa. This year's title is Iran and the Gulf States in the Shadow of Recent Events. The conference is conducted this year by Zoom and in English, which allows more scholars from abroad to participate. And we do have also a live stream on the Facebook page of the Ezri Center. I'm Zivir Benovitz. I'm the research coordinator of the Ezri Center, as well as the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center and the Hiking Chair for Geostrategy at the University of Haifa. I will be the moderator of the conference. The Ezri Center's goal is to promote the research on geostrategy, geopolitics, and geoeconomics of Iran and the Gulf region. This is done through academic studies, policy analyses, conferences, and workshops. In recent years, this region's economic and security impact on global affairs and on Israel in particular had increased. This makes our center's activities ever more important. I wish us all an interesting and intriguing conference. I think we have a rich and interesting program for you. For opening remarks and for an introduction of the impact of recent changes in the Gulf on Israel, I invite the head of the Ezri Center, Professor Shaul Chorev. Professor Rear Admiral Chorev held senior positions in the Israeli Defense Establishment, including Deputy Chief of Naval Operations and head of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission. He now heads the Ezri Center, the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center, and the Hiking Chair for Geostrategy at the University of Haifa. Professor Chorev, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ziv. A good afternoon from Israel, and thank you for joining us today for the 14th annual conference of the Ezri Center for Iran and the Gulf States, entitled Iran and the Gulf States in the Shadow of Recent Events, which we expect to be interesting as well as thought-provoking. We are joined today by scholars and analysts from 5 different countries. Welcome to all of you. At first, I would like to acknowledge and thank Dr. Efrat Sofer, the granddaughter of the late Mayor Ezri, after whom the center is named, on the sustained support for the further development and advancement of the center. Efrat is also an active member of the World Jewish Congress Jewish Diplomatic Corps and has represented the WGC worldwide. In her capacity, Efrat revives her uncle, the late Mayor Ezri, tradition of personal and informal diplomacy in the Gulf states to promote the cooperation and trust between the Gulf States people and the Jewish people. Since the Abraham Accords, Efrat visited UAE and Bahrain and met with various dignitaries in the region. I hope that through the bonds she set up there, it will also widen and deeper the cooperation of the Ezri Center with the Gulf States researchers. In my opening remark, I would like to briefly review the developments that have taken place in the Gulf region since the last conference we held about a year ago. Already in the beginning, it is worth noting that the Gulf region, which includes the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, continues to be amongst the most volatile regions of the world and major zones of world affairs, strategically, economically, politically, and religiously. Due to their huge oil and gas reserves, the regional states plays a significant role in the global economy, and this natural wealth has made the region very vital for the geostrategic point of view. Evaluating the situation in the Gulf region, one cannot ignore the role, influence, and significance of the Islamic Republic of Iran. In the last 4 decades, Iran's regional significance has in many ways expanded, and its drive to confirm its status as a regional power with a leading role in the Shiite axis of power in the Middle East, including its aspiration for nuclear weapons. Israel and Iran have been fighting each other in many territories throughout the Middle East, on land and in air, for years, and with Iran often using proxies. But the adversary has recently opened a new front in the conflict on the high seas. Depending on these circumstances, we had advocated continuously that due to the regional geopolitical transformations, Israel should be part of the US Central Command. Finally, Israel formally moved from US European Command, EUCOM, to CENTCOM in September of 2021, a move that can also create the potential for regional coalition with Arab countries that have normalized ties with Israel against the shared threat posed by Iran. In April 2022, the Israeli Navy, the US Fifth Fleet, wrapped up intrinsic defender exercise. The significance of this cooperation is intensified in the face of the challenges facing Israel in everything relating to its freedom of navigation in the Gulf of Aden and in the Arabian Seas. Since ships with ties to Israel started coming under IRGC fire in March and April 2021, the United States CENTCOM and the Fifth Fleet has provided Israeli ships in the Persian Gulf and nearby areas with escort and given warning about Iranian intentions to attack them. The Gulf Cooperation Council is a regional, intergovernmental, political, and economic union that consists of Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The Council's main headquarters are in Saudi Arabia capital Riyadh, and all current member states are monarchies. Following the Arab Accords signed in September 2020, the movement of the expanding diplomatic relations between Israel and the Gulf states continued. In March 2021, Bahrain appointed its first ambassador to Israel, who arrived in Israel to take up his post at the end of August 2021. And in September 2021, Israel respectively opened a resident embassy in Manama. Besides UAE and Bahrain, Oman was considered to be the third Gulf state to establish diplomatic relations with Israel, notwithstanding the event in which Israel's former Prime Minister Netanyahu was hosted by the late Sultan Qaboos bin Said in Muscat. At present, it seems that Oman has been in difficult transition period as the new Sultan confronts a dire economic situation and is also trying to bring the next round of talks between Iran and Saudi Arabia to its capital Muscat. Due to operational lead in 2009, Qatar broke the ties with Israel. But since 2018, Qatar has periodically provided millions of dollars in cash to Gaza's Hamas rulers to pay for fuel for the Gaza's power plant, fund the infrastructure projects, and provide aid to tens of thousands of Gazan families. In November 2021, Qatar decided to sign trade agreement with Israel in the diamond trade industry. Under the agreement, Israel will allow Qatar to enter the list of countries eligible to trade diamonds in its territory. Ties between Israel and Saudi Arabia have evolved significantly in the recent years. And the question is when and under which terms Saudi Arabia will join the Abraham Accords. Israeli Defense Minister Benny Gantz visits Bahrain in February 2022 generated many headlines, but what attracted less media attention was the fact that his military plane cruised through Saudi airspace to reach Manama and becoming the first non-commercial Israeli flight to ever officially do so. For Saudi Arabia, aside from strengthening diplomatic and commercial ties with Israel, joining the Abraham Accords would principally help build a more robust Middle East coalition against Iran. In February 2022, Israel agreed for the first time to join Saudi Arabia and Oman in a naval exercise led by the United States, and recently reported mediation attempts come as US President Joe Biden's moves a visit to Saudi Arabia next month during Middle East trip. Israel considering seriously a Saudi request to change the international status of two islands in the Red Sea, Iran and Sanafir, bringing Israel and Saudi Arabia closer to the first public agreement. With Iran nuclear deal, more than a year of negotiation in Vienna between Iran and world powers came close to a clinching an agreement, but they bogged down over Iran's demand to remove the Revolutionary Guard from US terrorist blacklist, a move strongly opposed by many in Congress. So the Biden administration has not declared a final decision on Iran demands. Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett mentioned that Biden had told him that US would not remove the Revolutionary Guard from the terrorist blacklist. In addition, expanding its nuclear program, Iran has increased its other destabilizing activities in the region, including support for proxy militias, development of its ballistic missile program, and attacks against US and other forces in the Middle East. On March 28, the foreign minister of Israel, Egypt, Bahrain, Morocco, and the United Arab Emirates, and the US Secretary of State assembled in an unprecedented summit in the Israeli Negev kibbutz of Sde Boker. The conference was the first iteration of permanent regional forum as they reaffirmed the importance of growing ties between Israel and its Arab allies to create a front against shared regional foe Iran. The US Secretary of State, Mr. Blinken, praised the growing economic ties, solar energy deals, and diplomatic forums cases across the region in recent months because of the normalization between Israel and Arab states. Like the rest of the Arab world, the 6 countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council have responded to the Russian invasion to Ukraine according to their interests and preferences. The sight of Russian forces massing on the border with Ukraine and Russian President Vladimir Putin issuing increasingly aggressive threats against the Ukraine leadership undoubtedly awaken memories of Saddam Hussein's behavior in the months leading up to Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in August 1990. This Kuwaiti direct experience of invasion and occupation naturally resulted in Ministry of Foreign Affairs statement of February 24 that went further among Gulf responses in category rejecting the use, threat, use, or display of force in settling international dispute. Kuwait was also the only Arab state among the 80 sponsors of the United Nations Security Council resolution on February 25th that upheld respect for the UN Charter, reaffirmed Ukraine's sovereignty, and rejected the use of force. While the fighting in Ukraine does not involve the Gulf state or present a direct threat to the regional stability, there are numerous of secondary impacts that do have the potential to become consubstantial for this state's interest. They include disruption to energy markets, economic dislocations caused by international sanctions on Russia, and new points of tension in some political relation with the Biden administration. Importantly, there is a renewed focus on the balancing act between historically solid political and security integration into the American network of a partnership in the Middle East and the rapid growth of the economic energy investment connections with the states such as Russia and China. On March 22, the leaders of Egypt, Israel, and the United Arab Emirates met in Sharm el-Sheikh for talks on the economic impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the growing influence of Iran in the region. Israel has made strengthening the accords a top priority, scheduling regular diplomatic meetings to member countries like Egypt, Israel, and the UAE have emerged as an Arab-Israeli axis after Abu Dhabi normalized ties with Israel. As you can see, only 1 year has elapsed since the previous conference, but numerous of developments took place in the Middle East and in the Gulf area. These developments assure us great interest in the conference various sessions ahead of us. Finally, I would like to handle the supervision of this symposium to the moderator of the two sessions, Dr. Zvir Rubinovich, who is the research coordinator at the HMS and Ezri Center. I wish us all an interesting and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chorev. I already have one question for you, but we'll collect the questions for a bit later. Okay, after the coming sessions. The center is named after the late Ambassador Meir Ezri, and to pay tribute, I invite Efrat Sofer, who Professor Chorev had already introduced. Efrat?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rubinovich, and it is a great honor and pleasure for me to join you on by Zoom on this 14th annual Ezri Center conference. And I would like to, and it's an honor for me also to represent my late grandfather, Ambassador Meir Ezri, whose great passion was this center and all of its work. I would first of all like to thank Professor Chorev for all his unswerving support and great knowledge. And every time we meet, Shaul, it is an absolute honor to be in your presence and to be able to learn from you. And I'd also like to thank Zehavit and all the support staff that we have at the HMS and our entire board. And really, the daily efforts that happen are nothing short of miraculous. And I would like to acknowledge that and to thank you on behalf of the entire family. And I'd like to thank our distinguished guests for joining us. And I'm thrilled to be able to be joined by friends from the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, who are watching our conference with great interest. And inshallah, we'll be able to we'll have them join us as participants in the years to come. And thank the entire audience for joining us, and hopefully we'll have a lot of very, very interesting insights this afternoon. When my late grandfather established the Ezri Center, his main tenet, as Professor Chorev said, was to foster people-to-people contact. My entire thesis was on the impact of personal relationships on diplomacy and foreign policy, and we are lucky to be able to witness that in the Abraham Accords in the present day. And my grandfather, in his 17 years of work of diplomatic service as Israel's first ambassador to Iran, he managed to build these relationships and to establish relationships in the fields of intelligence and military and education and agriculture, and the list goes on. However, he was also there to witness the unfortunate change in the Iranian regime and the animosity towards Israel. And in founding the center, he had every hope that the research and study of the current situation in the Iranian regime in Iran will develop strategies towards everlasting peace with Iran, as well as thwarting the threat that we face from the regime. And hopefully there'll be days when there will be, again, active cooperation between his two beloved countries in many, many spheres, as in the golden years of his 17 years of diplomatic service in Iran. So on behalf of the entire Ezri family, I'd like to wish the center continued success in the fulfillment of my late grandfather's wishes, and betzlacha in our conference.
Thank you very much. We will hear from you again a bit later. Now we shall start with the first session, which is about Iran's nuclear program, as the negotiations over a new nuclear deal are lingering. Examining this issue is of critical importance for the region in general and for Israel in particular. Members of the audience, as one of you already done, are welcome to write questions in the Q&A section, and later on we will find the time to ask these questions, hopefully at the end of every session. Please refer every question to a specific speaker, and hopefully this will work. So let's start. Our first speaker is Alex Greenberg. He is a researcher at the Ezri Center and also the convener of this year's conference. So thank you, Alex. Alex Greenberg is an expert on Iran and Islamic movements. He holds an MA in Arabic language and literature. He is fluent in Farsi, Arabic, French, English, Russian, and Hebrew. His main research interest is Iranian intellectual history and modern Shia thought. He teaches Persian at Ariel University. He holds a position. He held several positions in the IDF Military Intelligence Research Department at Amman. He is currently employed as a geopolitical and intelligence analyst in private firms. He was born in Moscow and is hence fluent in Russian and vested in Russian affairs. His research interests at the Ezri Center focus on Iran's regional strategy. However, they include also broader geopolitical theaters and their interactions with Iran and the Gulf. Alex will talk about the current Iranian stance and Iran's lessons from the war in Ukraine. Alex, the floor is yours. Unmute, Alex, unmute. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Do you hear me?
Now, yes.
Now, yes.
So, okay, good afternoon, everyone. I thank Ezri family and all the management of HMS for giving me the opportunity to talk about Iran. So just, I'm sharing screen. And so I'm talking about the current Iranian stance and Iran's lessons for the war in Ukraine. First of all, I would like to say several words about nuclear talks, to use the words of Rob Malley, US envoy for Iran. The prospects for a new deal are tenuous at best, and there are many, very many drivers that impact the chances of concluding a new deal. Regarding the US, Israeli pressure is far from being the only driver. There are also other factors, such as the current Biden administration There's no urge to reshape the Middle East or appease Iran. It is far away from Obama's vision for the Middle East. The political price tag against the backdrop of the Afghanistan fiasco and the Ukraine war is too high for the administration, and of course it is aware of that, because it is very difficult to imagine a deal with Iran that can be interpreted otherwise than a surrender to the Iranian regime. Iran, of course, will accelerate its nuclear program, and it is so there is no urge for the US to conclude a deal, and the Iranian behavior highlights the impossibility of concluding a deal. From the part of Iran. Iran will never consent to discuss either its ballistic missile program or its regional activities. Iran's regional activities is a euphemism for Iran's proxy wars in the Middle East. Although the sanctions relief is necessary for the country's economic heal, it won't resolve its most pressing issues, and the regime understands that. Any serious reform jeopardizes the regime's political survival, and there is also a fourth factor that makes the Iranian regime certain or safe in continuing its nuclear program is its confidence in the impossibility of an American military strike, meaning that Iran seems that American military strike is off the table, and Iran also supposes that Israel will never dare to launch a strike against Iranian military nuclear installations without American approval. I would like just to remind that likewise, the Soviet Union was certain that in '67 that Israel would never act without the American approval. Regarding nuclear file, we all hear every week that in several weeks, Iran will acquire nuclear capacity. It is not exact. I would like to bring up more accuracy in what is in this nuclear file. Iran has sufficient fissile material to build an EBAM, so it's about that. It's not about an Iranian nuclear weapons, it's about material. To acquire a final nuclear military capacity, Iran still has to pass several other stages. It is explosive device. It has not explosive device because a nuclear warhead requires another device, not the usual one. Enhanced accuracy, something around 90% of delivered platforms, such as ballistic missiles. For the moment, the existing Iranian missiles are not sufficiently accurate. And the final stage is nuclear tests. So Iran is still not there, but it is obvious that sooner or later, Iran will acquire this capacity, only the tempo may vary. Iran also prone to domestic troubles. The Raisi government has no real means to address the socio-economic woes. There are very many slogans of the Iranian population, like Goros name, we're hungry, because the prices sky hike triggered this recent fresh protest in many Iranian cities. Prices of chicken, eggs, and bread went up harshly, which of course creates protests. And this time, the regime cannot control the spread and resumption of socio-economic protest. And there is also another factor, which is that in this time, socio-economic protest in Iran is becoming political, which is unusual. It is different from what usually used to happen in Iran. And against this backdrop, strikes attributed to Israel or to anyone else strikes against the regime, against the Pasdaran, are no more perceived as targeting Iran as a nation, but as targeting the regime. Finally, a Lebanese factor. Hezbollah was dealt an electoral blow. It still controls Lebanon, but both Hezbollah and Iran will find it very difficult to represent their grip on power in Lebanon as the will of the Lebanese or Iranian people. And the most important part of my representation, Ukraine, which lessons does Iran learn from Ukraine war? One can divide the Iranian public or official opinion into two parts, the moderates and the hardliners. Of course, it's very schematic. But by moderates, I mean people, Iranian politicians or economists who are professionals and technocrats who are economy oriented. It is clear for them that Russia is imminently dangerous for its neighbors, as the history of relations between Iran and Russia is very complicated, to put it mildly. The global wheat prices jump as a result of the war affects Iran. Prices of bread and all flour-based products. Iran risks becoming a rival of Russia in everything what concerns hydrocarbons export and import, because it is simple that Iran and Russia objectively see each other as competitors on the market of gas and oil. And Iran, this is, of course, creates many concerns for Iranian moderates, though they cannot impact anything. And the lessons that learns the RGC, Pasdaran, and Guardians of the Revolution, it's about things that I see in Iranian newspapers, not my musings, but what everyone can see, provided that one reads Persian. One cannot rely on international treaties. It is noteworthy that Ukraine renounced its nuclear arsenal under the auspices of American guarantees in 96. And it is clear for everyone, not only for the Iranians, that if Ukraine had not renounced its nuclear arsenal, Russian invasion could have been prevented. One should never give up its nuclear shield. Some Iranian newspapers employ the Persian expression "sepeh hastei," nuclear shield. So it's clear the goal of the Iranian nuclear program cannot be more clear than that. The preponderant importance of missiles in both defense and deterrence from the part of Ukraine. Ukraine can theoretically repel the Russian invading troops, but Ukraine cannot hit Russia's rear or Russia's soil, which complicates the matters for Ukraine, because Ukraine has no sufficient artillery and missile arsenal. Russia, the missiles and artillery compensate for the incompetence of the Russian army on the battlefield, meaning that recently we can see that the Russian army advances in Donbass, not because it improved its battle tactics, it avoids a direct engagement with Ukrainian forces, still it can shell the whole of Ukrainian territory. And there is also importance of drones, that Ukrainians are using against Russian armor, and drones industry are an integral part of the Iranian nuclear, asymmetric capacity. And here are the lessons. And finally, the several points regarding Iranian strategy. The Iranian regime is revolutionary, which generates confrontation. So the Iran is in a confrontational stance, not because it is Islamic, but because it is revolutionary. Nizam and Relobi, revolution, conditions, confrontation, and enemies. Losing the revolutionary dimension would be tantamount to losing the regime's raison d'etre. because if the regime stops being revolutionary, it stops being the regime as was designed by Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini. The conflict with Israel stems from the tenets of the Khomeinist ideology and has no geopolitical dimension. This point is very important to remember because very often in Western commentators try to avoid this issue, try and represent the confrontation between Israel and Iran as if it were just a geopolitical rivalry. It is not. Yet Khomeini, Rahbar, the supreme guide, is very cautious, and of course he's wary of war, and he's pragmatic, but in his own way, meaning that Khomeini does not want to trigger a war or a direct confrontation with Israel or the US, yet it means that all the Iranian diversions and terrorist activities will continue. And finally, the conclusion is, in view of the Ukrainian lessons, the regime's determination to acquire nuclear weapons will only grow, because it's obvious what may happen if you don't have a nuclear shield. The nuclear program will continue, only the tempo may vary, as I mentioned. In the event of growing instability, the regime probably will need nuclear weapons even more, because the more unstable the regime becomes, the more important will be for it to acquire nuclear weapons, because no one will deal with a regime that possesses nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons serve to amplify the power of a state and to increase its geopolitical maneuvering, but it also increases invulnerability, and it means that the regime will dare to launch more attacks under its nuclear umbrella. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you very much for this introduction. Our next speaker is Dr. Yaakov Hecht. He's a research fellow at the Chaikin Chair for Geostrategy, writing on superpowers' involvement in the Middle East and Israel's strategy in the Persian Gulf area. Dr. Hecht will talk about, is there a divergence of opinions within Iran's leadership on the nuclear agreement, JCPOE? Yaakov, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good morning for the listener in the US, and good afternoon to other listener in Israel and other part of the Middle East. The public image that the regime in Iran is showing over the decade is that the policies it pursues in various areas, such as the negotiation process regarding achieving nuclear agreements in the year 2013 and 2015, the negotiation that is taking place in the last year about the renewal of the nuclear agreement with the foreign power, is that it represents a consensus between the various branches of the regime and received the blessing and the approval of the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. If there are any kind of disagreement about the principle and priorities of the policy formulation and implementation, they are disguised under a heavy cloak of secrecy. However, leaks and public statements over the last year revealed that Tehran policy leaders actually have a moderate approach and more aggressive and extremist approach to Iran nuclear issue and policies in the Middle East. In April 2021, information was leaked about the harsh criticism that the former Iranian foreign minister, Muhammad Jawad Zarif, who claimed that Iran had always given priority to the military activity of Al-Quds force under the leadership of Qasem Soleimani throughout the Middle East over the diplomatic route, and that Soleimani acted to prevent, together with Russia and President Putin, the achieving of the nuclear agreement with the superpower in the year of 2015, known as JCPOA. The current Iranian foreign minister, Hossein Amir Abdullahian, known for his that he was close ally of the Revolutionary Guard and Soleimani while serving as deputy foreign minister in Tehran, that responsible for the Arab world affairs between the year and 2011 and 16 was quoted last March as saying that the issue of removing the Revolutionary Guard from the list of pro-terrorist organizations by the US is not so important to Iran in the ongoing negotiation process with the superpower. As we know, this is a well-known Iranian demand that is considered to be crucial, especially to the Revolutionary Guard and the conservative circle in the Iranian regime in Tehran. We have to remember that the Revolutionary Guard isn't only playing key role in the Iranian security military activity and establishment, but is also running impressive financial economic empire of developing oil and natural gas fields throughout Iran and selling oil and natural gas abroad. The Revolutionary Guard is also playing a major role in other sectors of the Iranian economy. Only in the last year, the year of 2021, Iran and the Revolutionary Guard succeeded to sell oil in the amount of $25 billion to China, Syria, Venezuela, and other countries, a sharp rise of 40% compared to the revenue from the sale of oil in 2020. And that despite the economic American sanctions that Trump administration imposed in the year 2018 and 2019 on the Iranian oil industry and other sectors of the Iranian economy. The removal of the US sanctions that's supposed to be integral part of any new nuclear agreement will stimulate the economic activity of the Revolutionary Guard and will supply tens of billions of dollars to the dwindling Iranian economy. If anyone thought that Abdullahian's remark about the lack of importance of the issue of removing the Revolutionary Guard from the US list of organizations aiding terror was not a relevant remark to the shaping of the Iranian policy and position, he repeated his remark just last Thursday in Davos conference that was taking place in Switzerland. Abdullahian emphasized that the lifting of the American financial sanction is much more important for Iran in the negotiation process than the removal of the Revolutionary Guard from the list of organizations supporting terror. When first time the foreign minister mentioned his remark a few months ago, Abdullahian was criticized by conservative members of the Majlis, the Iranian parliament, who considered to be close political allies of the Revolutionary Guard. The member of the Majlis accused Abdullahian that he is neglecting one of the most important principles in the Iranian strategy and tactics in the negotiation process with the foreign power. The fact that the foreign minister repeated again his position in international conference is clearly significant indication about the sharp disagreement that exists in Iranian policy leadership regarding the policy and tactics that have to be implemented in the negotiation table with the foreign superpower regarding the renewal of the nuclear agreement. What is curious to know about the position is Abdullahian that he was considered to be many years to be close ally to hardliner conservative circle in the regime during his confirmation process in the Majlis last in July 2021 to the new post of foreign minister in the new government of President Raisi. Abdullahian revealed that when he was deputy foreign minister, he worked closely with Qasem Soleimani. Abdullahian also emphasized again and again in his speech that he always defined the diplomatic political policy of Iran as just as a tool that's supposed to assist and serve his military strategy activity throughout the Middle East. The position of the Iranian foreign minister is in sharp contrast with the position of the Revolutionary Guard and its hardline supporters in the regime. Iran that demand again to lift the Revolutionary Guard from the American list of organizations supporting terror. We don't know why the disagreement about this issue received publicity, but perhaps because it reflects serious disagreement in Tehran, not only in this issue, but perhaps in other issues about Iranian strategy regarding the renewal of the nuclear agreement or the activity of Al-Quds toward the Middle East. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Yaakov. Second. Okay, our next speaker, I don't see him here, Dr. Clement Helm. I don't see him. So I guess, right? Oh, you are. Oh, you are here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good, good. Hi. You're under an alias.
It's Alex, because I'm the guest of Alex, I guess.
Right, okay.
I don't know, I click on his link, so.
Yeah, got it, okay, fine, perfectly fine. So I'll just introduce you. So our next speaker in this session is Dr. Clement Helm from the University of Montpellier. Trained as a historian of international relations, Dr. Helm is a lecturer at Sciences Po and a research associate at the School for Advanced Studies in Social Sciences in Paris. He is also a teaching fellow at the University of Paul Valéry Montpellier. Dr. Helm will speak about Iran, the JCPOA, sorry, and the future of regional instability. Dr. Helm,
thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you to the Center for the invitation, and to Alex for being a friend for the last years. So a lot have been said already on the topic, so it will be easier for me. And I thank all my colleagues for preparing my the ground for my presentation. I think one of the key issues that was just said before myself is the internal disagreement inside the Islamic Republic. And this is the second question here. Who rules Iran? And I think this is a fact that there are some disagreement that it was explained just before my presentation. But I think this is also a tool, a diplomatic tool to confuse the enemy of the Islamic Republic and the rivals. Because you don't know what is the diplomatic line in Tehran. So in the West, people who want to appease and to have a dialogue with the Islamic Republic, they will insist on the moderate branch of the Islamic Republic, and the one who are supporting more confrontational policies, they will say, look, the hardliners are at the center of the power. So I think this is a case study, the Islamic Republic, for a broader question in international relations, the shaping of a political system and the internal disagreement as an external policy tool. So to understand this duality of the Islamic Republic, it's important, I think, to analyze what are the key national security organizations inside Iran, and the competing also definition inside the Islamic Republic about what is the national security of the Islamic Republic, because the disagreements are based on the competing definition. What is the best tool to organize the survival of the revolutionary state? So there is this ideological dimension that was mentioned, but a pragmatic implementation of the ideological framework. That's why it's very difficult sometimes to understand and to have a clear picture of what is the objective of the Islamic Republic. We are seeing many times that the left hand of the Islamic Republic is not talking to the right hand of the Islamic Republic. And this is playing in the Middle East with key regional and international players. There is a history of this confusion, I think, about this internal policy tension is because Iran was the object of foreign influence, especially in the 19th century. So they are used to use foreign influence as a way to produce internal politics. And I think this is reaching a summit with the Islamic Republic. I think it was Alex talked about the conservative and moderate or reformist faction regarding Russia. I think there is the same debate, or very superficial debate, I would say, because this divide is between also the superficial state and the deep state. So This debate is about what is the main objective of the Islamic Republic in the Middle East. And Iran is a state actor, but is also using non-state or semi-state actor or proto-state actor like the Houthi in Yemen as a way to build alliances and partnerships. So that's why it's also a revolutionary state, because it's not talking state-to-state relation, but directly sometimes to population of the regional country. And there is different narratives inside Tehran about the use of the proxies network, the regional activities, the so-called regional activities. I think the moderates think that is a bargaining tool to have some leverage in the nuclear negotiation. And for the conservatives, the most revolutionary faction, it's an end in itself, the proxy. So the objective is to build on the proxy, and this is part of the identity of the Islamic Republic. That's why you have this debate. Some are arguing this is an issue of our identity, the revolutionary identity, and others are saying, no, it's just a policy tool to organize the survival of the state. Another topic that was mentioned just before me is the link between economic interest and security dimension. And this is very key during the maximum pressure campaign of Donald Trump administration, because the proxy became also a tool to evade and to organize bypassing the US sanction and US pressure. So it was also a policy tool to organize the economic survival of the Islamic Republic, not only the ideological one, but the economic one. So there is a change, I think, of pattern in the use of the proxy in Tehran. The problem of these informal networks, both inside and outside, is sometimes the state has a loose control on the network. So we are confused as enemies or rival of the Islamic Republic, but I'm not sure the state is controlling all the time all these proxies. So that there is a problem, I think, in the decision-making process. It's not clear, even for insider of the regime, the Rodi, what we call the Rodi. Another aspect that was mentioned by Alex is the tension between the nationalist feeling and the ideological objective. He said that, I will quote Alex now, strike against the regime are no longer perceived as strikes against the nation. It's because I think the level of tension is so high between the population and the regime that any rival or enemy of the Islamic Republic has some positive perception for in a large segment of the public opinion, both inside and outside Iran. That can be seen also at the Cannes festival, you know, with the Iranian actress that got a prize, and the regime is really pissed off, and the population is very supportive of the actress. But you have also some local compromise in the Islamic Republic, but even if this is changing with the local council, and so it's a complex political system. You have a political fabric, and the system is able still to recruit politicians. What changed since 2009 is that the intelligence services of the Revolutionary Guards are now the main security organization in Iran, with the promotion of Hossein Taeb. And I think that sideline Etelat, the intelligence and security ministry, is the official ones. The securitization of the state became an electoral question, because now this organization is also checking the candidates for the local election. It was not the case before. And you have this idea of connecting the Basij, so the people who are mobilized inside Iran, inside and outside, with the militia outside. So the risk with the protests continuing in Iran is that there is a connection between Hezbollah, the Shia militia in Iraq, and the internal Basij. I think that this projection of the security apparatus, both inside and outside Iran, the transnational dimension, is built also to confront the perceived threat from regime change, the policy, for instance, of the United States during Bush administration. So we saw that the resistance axis, this discourse, was an answer to the evil axis discourse. So you have also a reactive dimension of the Islamic Republic, but I think often this reactive dimension is overestimated in the West. I think the proactive dimension is more important. So there is more continuity than changes. So it's not because Biden is trying to appease the Islamic Republic or to open dialogue. that they will change their own choices that they made under Trump. So that's why it's complicated to have a successful dialogue. There is not only the problem of the divide and the disagreement inside the regime, there is also the problem of this timing between the proactive and the reactive dimension of the Islamic Republic. Well, this is to show you a bit about the supreme leader and the main decision makers regarding nuclear issue and regional policy. So this idea of President Rouhani to disconnect the regional policy of the Islamic Republic with the nuclear issue failed when Donald Trump withdrew from the JCPOA. So I think that what changed since President Rouhani attempted to disconnect the two issues is that there is no appeasement now in the Middle East during the time of the negotiation. Before the JCPOA, there were less US soldiers dying in Iraq. I think this is not the case anymore. There is not an attempt by the Islamic Republic not to size tanker in the Gulf like we saw with the Greek tanker. So there is not anymore any reactive dimension. And this idea that we can use the proxy network as a bargaining chip in the nuclear negotiation. That's why there is a disconnect, I think, between the two phenomena, the regional activities and the nuclear negotiation. You can have a rise of tension in the Middle East as well as the nuclear negotiation going on. This is a perceived threat from the regime with the Sunni minority and the ethnic question that are confused now in the Islamic Republic. And there is a counter narrative from the Islamic Republic saying that they are the victim of external pressure, and they use this issue of minorities inside Iran to victimize themselves. So the threat assessment, I think, in the Islamic Republic is that it's so dangerous to have a real dialogue with the US or a direct dialogue that they prefer to have an indirect dialogue, even if they have to talk with the European as mediator. And it's more complicated in terms of a negotiation setting. And this is also one hurdle for solving the issue of the JCPOA, because I think now, according to the French Quai d'Orsay, it's not a question of the nuclear issue. It's not a technical question anymore. They have a draft, it's ready. It's a bilateral question between the US and the Islamic Republic. And I think because they're seeking the end of sanctions, they know if the IRGC remain on the list of the terrorist groups, they will not benefit that much from the JCPOA in terms of economic advantages. So they have less incentives now, and with the war in Ukraine and the rise of oil prices also, I think they feel that they are in a stronger position than 6 months ago. So there is this broader question that every expert of the Islamic Republic is asking for, I think, since 2009. Are we going to see a change of regime inside Iran, but not a regime change for a democratic regime, but from a religious dictatorship to a military dictatorship? I think this is the main debate today. And I think that the main positive factor is that the public opinion in Iran, even if they don't play a role in shaping the foreign policy of the country, they still play a role in terms of the regime seeking survival. So that could be a positive factor for compromise, I think. So what we are seeing since the last year is a rise of Iran network of influence as a deterrent also against regional rivals and enemy and the US. So I think there is a different objective with this network of influence. And I think that right now, they don't want to connect the network of influence with the nuclear dossier anymore. So it's not like President Rouhani nuclear diplomacy. It's a new situation today. That's why I think it's more complicated to reach a solution. From the US perspective, there is this tension between Iranian nationalism versus the Islamic revolution. So it's difficult in the West sometimes to understand that Khomeini is not a nationalist. It was an internationalist, and there is a strong opposition, especially among the secular community of Iranians that are the majority today, against the ideological objective of the Islamic Republic. So I think that the cost of this network of influence, and I will conclude here, is very high and is becoming higher because the economic situation inside Iran is becoming darker. So I think there is the economic failure of the Islamic Republic remains an order, I think, for the regime, and that will push them maybe for a compromise one day, but not maybe in the short term. So just to conclude, and this will be my last point, the security apparatus has a soft power problem, not only inside Iran, since the repression of the Green Movement and the repression of the popular protests since 2017, but also outside in Lebanon and Iraq, and that caused the soft power of the Islamic Republic. So I think there is the economic cost that I just mentioned, but also this cost in terms of soft power. So, of course, the regime is powerful, as it was said, but there are some limitations to this rise of the Islamic Republic in the Middle East. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all for keeping the time. We actually have several questions, and I wanted to collect them now before we move to our second panel. So let me just bring them up. And from the audience, it's enough to just write the questions into the Q&A. I see them there. You don't need to repeat them also in the chat. The first question actually was to Professor Khorev. Do you think that the Abraham Accords can support in any form normalization between Israel and Iran?
I think that the main issue is not the conflict between Jewish people or Israel and the Iranian people. I think it was demonstrated during the 50s and 60s that during the Shah regime, both people interact. Israeli supported Iran. When people were in Chazvin helping with the irrigation system, there were very close relations. The problem is with the regime that has ideological, let's say, essence in it. So since it's not between people, it's between ideology, and the ideology of distributing and of the Shiite revolution, and trying to put it all over the Middle East, the Abraham Accord will not help us. Maybe countries within the Abraham Accord, as one question mentioned, the UAE or other country, will try to negotiate also with Iran, because since they see some indications from the US administration that they wouldn't like to be involved in the Middle East, they are looking for some compensation, and it will lead also to some kind of let's say, a negotiation between the UAE and other countries. Bear in mind also that Iran is trying to overcome the sanctions, and the way to overcome this sanction is to have some kind of alternative routes through the Gulf countries. So to sell them, to try to sell Saudi Arabia, and then to export it to countries like China or other countries, and by this they are not breaking the sanctions. So summing up, I don't think that with a regime that the ideology of such a regime is to promote the Shiite revolution, and they see the Zionist regime as a part of the Satan, it will be a mechanism through the Abraham Accord to have some kind of reconciliation.
Okay, thank you. That was a question from Shmuel Yerushalmi. Another question to both Alex and Clement is, how do Iran's internal domestic politics influence its foreign relations today with the UAE, since Iran and the UAE have recently rekindled their partnership? And why is Iran interested in rekindling relations with the UAE? Any of you will just unmute yourselves?
Yeah. So first of all, I wouldn't say that there is much impact of Iranian domestic politics on the foreign one, simply because the regional Iranian decision making has nothing to do with the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's a prerogative of Niru Yavat's Quds Force, IRGC, and or directed by the leader or by the leader's bureau. Second point is that Iran has also a pragmatic aspect of behavior, meaning economy, and part of Iranian business elite resides in the Emirates. So they have also interest to keep normal commercial relations with the Emirates. It doesn't contradict the fact that the Iranian leadership is wary, to put it mildly, of Iran because of the islands that they have a dispute there, and the relations are complicated. But given the economic importance of the Emirates, Iran is also important for Iran. On the other hand, also Iranian leadership warned many times the Emirates against this error of establishing relations with the Zionist regime, and in this vein. So this is like a complexity that always persists.
Okay, Clement, do you want to also add something?
Yeah, just maybe to say that Iran is also looking at to divide the Gulf countries. So if they can use their relationship with Dubai and some also military threats, because it happened also under Trump after the strike, in Saudi Arabia at the fall of 2019, that the UAE opened some economic links with the Islamic Republic, and also they are interested to bypass economic sanctions. So the main interest is economic, but the internal policy, I agree with Alex, is not playing a strong role, except that Dubai and the success of Dubai is also the failure of the Islamic Revolution, because it's because the Shah falls that Dubai rise. So there is this idea among secular Iranians that Dubai should be in Iran. So that's a difficulty also for the regime to manage.
Okay, thank you. That was a question from Rachel Wallace, Rachel. Another question from Shmuel Yerushalmi to Dr. Telm. Do you think that we in the West just don't understand Iran, the Iranian regime? Okay, or their version of democracy?
Not really, no. I think that we understand very well that it's the problem for the West is the problem of talking with the devil. So there is no good answer to this, and I think that I said about this internal disagreement that are also a tool to confuse the West. I think we are very aware about the internal strategy, because they have, as I said, the moderate conservative tool to manipulate the West. But we got the carrot and stick approach. When I was in Iran, they were saying we are not donkeys. So they know about what we are playing with the sanction. And so every side is trying to manipulate the other, I think. And the problem is that we understand very well, I think, what they're trying to do. The fact that we don't have access also, it's a very important thing to understand. The European embassies, it's the Vienna concert in Tehran, 1815. Because there is no US embassy. So, but the German embassy, the French embassy, the British embassies, they don't have access to the supreme leader. So it's another difficulty. When you are the enemy, you cannot talk to the top of the state of the Islamic Republic. So I think the problem of the West is more a problem of access to have a productive diplomatic activity. Robert Mallet said in his testimony that the only possibility is diplomacy, but diplomacy is very difficult to implement.
Okay, thank you. One question perhaps that I have for the panel, something to Alex, you want to say something?
I'm
Unmute.
Sorry, I'm sending to everyone here an Iranian article that is titled "Being Jewish does not mean not being a Nazi." This is an Iranian article published on the Russian propaganda outlet Sputnik that praises the anti-Semitic statement of the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. It's normal to see these articles that clearly say that, of course, Lavrov was smart, and there are proofs of the inhumanity of Zionism and of Jewish religion. So when I read it on a daily basis, and I don't pretend that only this guides the Iranian behavior, of course not. But any thought that we misunderstand Iran is like,
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, we do have one more question from the audience, and then if I have time, I will ask. So this question is from Yakub Klepek. Who has the best economic and diplomatic relations with Iran amongst the European Union countries? Anyone can jump in.
For me, I think, yeah, because I'm from France, so I will answer. So I think as a best relationship is difficult to say today because, we have many hostages in Iranian jail. But I think during the 2000, when Europe was the first trading partner of the Islamic Republic, I think the key advocate of dialogue were Italy and Austria for different reasons, but they are going very far to push for their trade interests inside the Iranian markets. Because they're not political. Austria is a neutral country, and Italy is not part of the EU tree, the tree negotiator, and not part of the permanent member of the Security Council. For Germany, it's more complicated because they have a strong economic partnership, but they will never receive the president of the Islamic Republic like France could do, for instance, because of Israel and the Second World War. So Germany is a special case, very schizophrenic, I think. And the worst relationship is the British, of course. Yeah. This is the worst. But the French are very close to British now, since Sarkozy, since 2007. So the worst relationship, there is a match between France and the British, as always.
Okay, great, thank you. And just a brief question, I guess it's actually a large question here, about these new negotiations. So it's obviously clear that the goal is to deal with the Iranian nuclear issue, but on the other hand, obviously, this whole negotiations is over Iran's status in the world, perhaps rehabilitating it in some way. So what would be the right matching here between, or the balance that needs to be made to make Iran sure that what the West demands, that Iran does not go and does not become a nuclear power, but on the other hand, finding the golden path for it to return into the family of nations, as it's called. Is there any such path? I saw Alex and Yaakov. You also want afterwards.
Yes, there is no such. That's the problem. That such a path does not exist because all these minimal requirements, like for stopping Iranian regional activities, that, as I mentioned, they're a euphemism for Iranian proxy wars. In Iran has no readiness whatsoever, and rightly so from their point of view, because they're not ready to discuss it, because the missiles and proxies remain the only Iranian tool to protect itself, as it claims, or to attack the others, as we see it. But this is what happens on the ground. Iran otherwise is a very weak and fractured country with a porous borders. It is very weak, and there is no way they surrender, and that's it. And the main mistake of the West or Western observers consists in the fact of representing this negotiation like a litigation between two companies in the West. No, it's something else. There is no way to compromise unless as I see it now, because maybe a miracle happens or Iran will agree to give up its nuclear program or whatever, but for the moment, this is the stance. The minimum of the Western requirements does not meet the maximum of what the Iranians are ready to give up. Not the Iranians, the Iranian regime.
Okay, thank you. Yaakov, you wanted to add very briefly? You're on mute. You're muted.
Unmute. I'm okay?
Okay, yeah.
I just want to add one remark. We have to remember, following the ongoing Russia-Ukrainian war, you know, the energy market in the world is under crisis. It's rising prices of natural gas and oil. Biden administration have high interest to bring the Iranian oil back legally to the international market. Why? And that's why the Biden administration in recent few weeks began to have a sign of reconciliation to Arab Saudi. Because if you remember, in the last 16 months, they have a lot of criticism against Arab Saudi regarding their human rights activity, or non-activity. Biden administration have now high interest, high priority to have any kind of new nuclear agreement with Iran, and that also Britain and French state during the renewal negotiation have a very tough stand toward Iran. Both countries want again that the Iranian oil, like the Saudi oil, will be flown to the oil market so they can reduce the level of the rise of the price of oil and natural gas. So which means the West have now a financial and economic interest to complete as soon as possible any kind of agreement, a renewal DCPOA with Iran.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you all for the first panel. We'll now move directly to the second panel. Our second session here deals with Iran policy and strategy. In this panel, we collected several issues dealing with Iran's foreign policy, the Revolutionary Guard, and Iran's naval power. Our first speaker is Yonatan Ben Sion, a PhD candidate at Sorbonne University in Paris. He is a Mexican-Israeli historian, and his doctorate is being conducted at Sorbonne University. And focuses on the history of the Persian-Iran-Mexico relations from 1864 to 1979, with emphasis on their oil industries and their geopolitical implications during the 20th century, as well as their cultural heritage. He has an MA in history and international relations from the University of Paris 1 Panthéon Sorbonne, and a MA in history of the Middle East at the University of Haifa. His first monograph, Embracing Muslims in the Catholic Land, Rethinking the Genesis of Islam in Mexico, was published in March this year by Brill Academic Publishers. He will discuss foreign policy and coercive instruments of power in the Islamic Revolution of Iran, a constitutional review. Jonathan, the floor is yours. Please
Thank you very much, everybody. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for the time, for the invitation. I really appreciate that you gave me this time to share with you my work. In effect, I did a small analysis about the Constitution of the Islamic Republic and how we approach through the original text in its original primary language as a primary source. We may broaden our understanding of the, I will call it the regime. First of all, I believe that we have to understand that we are dealing with the theocracy. For the sake of better understanding, I will call it a theodemocracy, even though it is clear that does not really fit the second definition. And when we really see the constitution in the original Persian, we may balance between the ideal and the real with regard to seminal issues such as the exportation of the revolution, the use of force, the law enforcement apparatuses of the regime, and other constitutional tenets, such as also foreign policy and domestic politics. Thus, in this manner, fundamental precepts and principles making up the ideological underpinnings of the Iranian states are teased out of the founding document in its original Persian, and put in an informative fashion for both the acquainted reader as well as those less familiarized with the subject. So we can pass to the next one, see if I would appreciate it, please. I take the constitution as an independent variable and the hegemonic aspiration of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a dependent variable. So once we have this in mind, this for me reminds me of the French thinker, Denis Diderot, who in 1774 he wrote, "C'est la législation à faire l'esprit de la nation." This means it is for the legislations to make the spirit of the nation. So when we really see the legislation, the top document of legislation is the constitution in any state. So when we see the Constitution of the Islamic Republic, we can really go through the spirit of the Iranian regime and understand it further. So with this in mind, this takes me also to go deeper into history to understand this duality between theo-democracy. And in a book that is called the Siyasat-Name, wrote by Nissan al-Mulk in the 11th century, he wrote something in Persian that really caught my attention. He said, "Padshahi van din ham shudo baradaran," which means royal power and religion are like two inseparable brothers. And this is really true. Even before the birth of the Islamic Republic, we have an Iranian state, 1501, established by the Safavid. So Shiism and Iran are hand in hand. So in order to understand the regime, I believe that we have to go through key elements and key words in the original document so that we can have a broader understanding. So first of all, of course, we understand that the Islamic Republic was born out of the ideas of Khomeini, which we call it in the West Khomeinism. See if you can really put it up a little bit, please. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. I believe that this is the first step that we have to go through to understand what it is. Before my presentation, somebody spoke about if Khomeini was a radical or not. I believe that we need to understand the Khomeinism as a movement that gave birth to the Islamic theocracy, and also that brought the adaptation of a constitution of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So once we understand this, I wrote a presentation over here, a little bit overloaded with words, not because I want to go through all of them, but because I wanted to share with the audience a little bit of further reading. This is part of an article that I published, and I wanted to share it with you. And well, once we really have Khomeinism in mind, then we can really understand this as a movement. And once we have as a movement, a political movement, then we really need to go through what is the nature of this movement. If it is political, then what's the nature of the government? So in Iran's constitution, it is outlined as Hukumat Islami, first and foremost. This is an Islamic movement based on principles that Khomeini established, as it is written over here. And then we have to understand what type of governments it is. So this idea is trained from an Islamic perspective as well. And the crystallization of the political ideal that is wrote in the constitution, Armani Siyasi, of a nation united in both creed, kish, and thought. So we have to, when we understand this creed and thought, then we understand this political dynamic, this democracy dynamic that exists. And here, I would like you to stop at this presentation, please, because there is over here, yeah, thank you, the plan. This is a very special word that really caught my attention, and I wanted to share it with you. When we read the Constitution, it's giving us a plan of the Constitution. The Constitution of the Islamic Republic has a plan. And in Persian, we read Tarh. That in the section called Islamic government, we can understand this as this word also as a blueprint, as a pattern, as a design, as a plot, project, model, diagram. But it also may infer to the following verbs: to design, to draft, to lay, to bring forth, to scheme, to propose, from the verb tarhardan. So when we read this in this section of the Constitution, we're going to find another word that is really interesting, sorosari, which designates a summary and a head ornament, deducted from the Persian vocable sar, which means head. And it may be linked to the following verbs: to walk about, to preambulate, surasav raftan. So when we understand this, consequently, we may interpret it as an Islamic ideological struggle that is written in this section of the Constitution, that is not only part of the Islamic Republic of Iran's backbone, or as we say in French, raison d'être, but it's also its crown and banner. It is domestically and internationally, both, and it goes with it wherever it goes. That's what we're going to find, especially concerning the export of the revolution, mingling between Islamic ideals, especially on a regional level in the Middle East, plus political ideas that are mixed. We understand that in Islam, politics and religion are really not on the same level as in the West. It means separation of power between religion, and political power, but they come all together. Then we can really understand this a little bit better. So from this constitution tenets, two issues with wider ratification may be identified. One, Iran's sponsor of Khomeinism, and the second, the foreign policy basis of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We pass to the next presentation. I will explain a little bit further on this, please. First of all, we need to see the constitutional basis of Iran's foreign policy. Asevitz argues on this regard, the core of, and I added, post-revolutionary Iranian foreign policy had originally been created on the basis of Khomeini's concepts and was later modified in 1989, namely Iran's constitutional amendments. But to better understand these dynamics, I identified a threefold line of reasoning that should be considered. A, to approach the Shiite theocracy as a political system where divine matters hold a fundamental role in the expression of its legislation, which simultaneously are a core principle towards setting forth the domestic and foreign policy of the state. I mean, with this, we don't have to forget that we're dealing with a theocracy in which God has, whatever definition of God that they may have, a central place and role. The role of the imamate, the mamat, and the continuous leadership. Recently before me, somebody spoke about this continuous leadership, that in Persian, in the constitution, we want to find this phrase as rahbare mustamar, which means the continuation of the export of the Islamic Revolution as a pivotal element for the survival of the Shiite theocracy. In this manner, we're going to understand that one of the key elements for the survival of the ideological aspect of the government in the Iranian regime today is the continuation of the export of the revolution, while the law enforcement apparatuses, either the Pasdaran or the Artesh, the regular army, or the Basij, whatever we may name it, are going to be the apparatuses that they use not only to enforce the law, but also to take care of the regime by physical force. Another thing that we're going to find, and again, somebody mentioned it, is the pragmatic nature of Khomeinism, particularly as outlined by Abrahamian and Abid Moghadam. I recommend if somebody is interested to read, especially the book of Abrahamian, Khomeinism is called. It will give us another perspective of what this ideological thought and basis that Ayatollah Khomeini he created in order to build on top of them the revolution and later on the Islamic Republic. So once we have these ideas in mind, the constitutional foreign policy, we need to see the platform for exporting Khomeinism. If you can pass over, I would appreciate it, please. I identified several articles over here that I believe are worth our attention. Article 3 is the internal foreign policy around it, a threefold criteria. First is the Islamic criteria, as we mentioned. Then a fraternal commitment to all Muslims, because we have to remember that they came and raised as the champions of Islam and the champions of the cause for the deprived, the suffering Muslims of the region. Again, somebody mentioned again, the greatest Satan, the lesser Satan, and so on. And then a third aspect over here is the unsparing support to all oppressed peoples of the world, which means that not only Muslims, we're not only speaking about over here of a regional aspect where we're going international, and we're going to see that even today, for example, in Latin America. The ideas of Khomeinism, they have really rooted in Latin America, which identify both, they see themselves as victims. Iran has penetrated, I'm going to speak about the country I was born in, Mexico, on a way that is unprecedented, perhaps in all of Latin America, probably with the exception of Argentina, in which the national traumas of the conquest of the Spain in Latin America left over the cognitive plane of their populations has been exploited by Iran in a way that, for me, it is surprising. So these three aspects are really worth considering. And then I'm going to pass to chapter 10 of the Iran's constitution that is titled Siyasat Khariji, foreign policy. Over here, we're going to find Article 152, which states that the foreign policy of the Republic is based on the rejection of any form of domination, the preservation of independence and territorial integrity of Iran, the defense of the rights of all Muslims again, and the posture non-alignment with the majority superpowers, the maintenance of mutually peaceful relation with all non-belligerent states. This has also been exploited in Latin America, especially when it comes down to hegemony superpowers. The United States, the influence that they have in Latin America has been a relation love-hate, and Iran has taken no time to waste in exploiting this. Article 153 also is interesting, and it forbids any agreement that may result in foreign domination over natural resources, economy, the army, culture, and other aspects of the national life of Iran. Over here, the culture really caught my attention because, again, I will mention Latin America. Iran has used a policy of cultural diplomacy to attract, I will say, the heart rather than the mind of the Latin American people, and it has worked. And I will pass to Article 154 that affirms that Iran scrupulously refrains from all force of interference in the internal affairs of other nations, while it reiterates its support for the fight of the oppressed against the oppressed, of the oppressor in every point of the world. Over here, we're going to read that Hare Nogezer as Jahan, which means in every single place of the world. Over here, we are going to find a discrepancy because, as we all know, Iran has interfered in the Middle East in almost every single state, including Israel. And this is the ideal. And when we see the practicals, we're going to see that we are going to find discrepancies. So over here, I'm going to pass to the main two powers, the main two law enforcement apparatus under power, and what are the constitutional bases. The Artesh, which in Persian means army, the regular army, and the Sepa, the Pasdaran, that is known sometimes in the West, the Revolutionary Guards. These two are the main coercive instruments of power at the service of the Shiite regime. A decisive element in the equilibrium of foreign policy doctrine is the endurance of the revolutionary leadership structure and the meaning of hard power to preserve it. So we're going to see over here that while Iran is going to use a soft power mainly a policy to implement its foreign policy, in the domestic platform, it's going to utilize a more hard power oriented policy. And over here is Iran's, over here we're going to see the policy of Iran. Again, I identify three elements as Iran's national state formation. I believe that this is important to understand it. Not only to understand Iran, it's not enough for us to understand it from the birth of the Islamic Republic. We have to go way deeper into history and understand the process that it has, national traumas that are thereof. And that is going to explain for us why they are so stubborn into reaching the nuclear goals. And then also a historical development of the Shiite state. And then later on, an examination of the roles of the Sepa, the Pasdaran, the Revolutionary Guards, and their implementation of the Islamic Republic's theological seminaries. Sometimes we just go into sit in the regime, but I believe that the theological seminaries in the city of Qom, they are really relevant. And I will dare to say we have a threefold nature over here that is braided between the mullahs, the government, and the Revolutionary Guards. So,
Jonathan, you have a minute to go.
Sure.
You can continue, but you have a minute.
Okay. So this is very important for us to see. If we can just go to the next one, Steve, and with this I will conclude.
Actually, Alex was scrolling for you.
No problem. I thought it was you. It's okay. So once, for those who are interested, that's what I wrote a little bit, an overloaded presentation for you to read further. There are few elements, few words that will help us understand where the regime doesn't compromise, where the regime is pragmatic, and where the regime is ideological, as Professor Joreb said. And the problem that we have in the West is dealing with the ideological part. That is, we can, on practical issues, we can adapt. I believe that also Iran, especially when we really see Islamic Republic of Iran. At the same time, it's an Islamic entity, and at the same time, it's a republic. So it plays both sides. It depends on the situation, and that's what I would not say that Iran is an irrational actor. It is rather a rational, pragmatic actor with a very strong ideological base. And the hard cookie for the West to crumble is the ideological side. Thank you very much for the time. And again, for those interested, you have the presentation over there for further reading.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Efrat Sofer. Dr. Sofer earned her BA in International Relations from the University of South California and her MA and PhD from the London School of Economics and International Relations in London, also in International Relations. She's an active member of the World Jewish Congress Jewish Diplomatic Corps and has represented WJC worldwide. Efrat serves as the chair of board of advisors at the Ezri Center and a member of the board of the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center. She's a trustee for the University of Haifa, UK. Efrat, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all it's an honor to share the stage with such eminent scholars, and I'm really looking forward to our discussion later. And thank you, Jonathan, for elucidating on the Iranian constitution, and a few of the terms that you brought up really showed me that even in constitutional terms, the poetic nature of Iranian terminology and of the Persian language, how important it is and how pervasive it is inside even academic discourse. So thank you for that. I thought I'd share with everyone a few thoughts on the status of the IRGC in UK law. So I am based in London, and I thought it might be helpful to provide a UK perspective in our discourse on Iran, and especially the IRGC and where we stand vis-a-vis the Iranian strategic position. We had excellent news on last week when President Biden reassured us that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps will not be removed from the foreign terrorist organization list where it was prescribed in 2019. We hope and pray that continues. On the other hand, following the killing in broad daylight of the key IRGC operative Colonel Hassan Saeed Hodayari, Iran has gone very public, vowing retaliation. We have yet to see how Iran will respond. Some report that Hodayari was planning attacks on Israelis and Jews in Cyprus and Turkey, and therein lies the problem at hand. Third countries, such as the UK and other countries around the world, must take the threat of the IRGC seriously in policy and in law. And there are parallels that I will touch upon also with the Russia-Ukraine example, where the West especially has a lot to learn from those parallels. In the same view of introductory context, the balance of power has flipped on its head with a new paradigm since the Abraham Accords, with the Gulf Arab states transforming the Arab narrative very bravely, I may say, and normalizing relations with Israel to balance against the Iranian threat, as well as other excellent reasons to support collaboration and coexistence, such as trade and technological advancement. The same nature of relations now exists where Israeli relations used to be with Iran, as Professor Choev said. And the same nature exists now with the Abraham Accord partners, in which cooperation will hopefully be fostered in the strategic arena as well, since there are similar concerns in Abu Dhabi, Manama, and the other capitals within the Abraham Accord countries. And so I think it's important to recognize that, and I think Iran is increasingly recognizing that that Israel and the US are not alone in its grappling with the activities of the IRGC in particular. In conjunction with the nuclear talks, lawyers, for example, in the West can still consider Iranian human rights violations within legal mechanisms to hold the Iranian regime to account. The UK, government, for example, has committed to considering a range of other targets under its new global human rights sanctions regulations, given that the IRGC and its leadership have committed terrorist acts against the UK, British nationals, and human rights abuses against minorities, women, journalists, opposition activists, and many others. And the IRGC targets should be included in any upcoming tranche of sanctions under the new mechanism. Indeed, we can see this, this switch in the application of law, where Sweden has arrested suspected Iranian war criminals, such as Hamid Nouri, under universal jurisdiction in his role in the massacre in Tehran in the 1980s of more than 5,000 political prisoners, in which Ebrahim Raisi was also involved. And so the international human rights laws can be applied if there is that political will. The entire region does indeed have global significance. The connections between Iran and the region can be used to both stabilize and destabilize very quickly. And my colleagues who have come before me have mentioned those in detail. And Iran's proxy activities and its alliance network is very, very pervasive. And this is something that we must keep in mind, in that Iran's very instant ability to act is something that the West needs to realize. The credible show of Iranian warfare via proxies in Lebanon and Syria, and we can see parallels in the approach of the use of proxies in the Russia-Ukraine crisis. The same tactics, similar tactics that have been used by Russia have been used by Iran. And even from a more of an announcement and discourse perspective, the West cannot afford to be naive and must take the threats of the leaders at their word. We can see from the Russia-Ukraine example, for example, when Putin wrote an essay last year sharing his imperious plans for Ukraine that was dismissed as internal posturing by the West. Ignoring these warning signs has partly got us to where we are today with Ukraine. Similarly, Khamenei's February 2019 manifesto, his so-called second phase of the Islamic Revolution, was, among other visions, was of purifying Iran and strengthening the IRGC to help realize Raisi's grand civilizational ambitions. It would have been inconceivable to see a Western country invade another. It is not inconceivable to see an Iranian full-scale attack, and the UK and her allies must safeguard against it. Back for a moment again to the IRGC. And where the UK stands in law. Both Hezbollah and most recently Hamas have been prescribed as terrorist organizations in the UK. And the IRGC is, so to speak, their father organization that created them and the IRGC must follow suit as a designated terrorist organization. The IRGC has already been prescribed by the US, Bahrain, and Saudi Arabia. And the IRGC has been previously sanctioned, but this was the first time when the US put the IRGC on the FTO list. It was the first time that a state-linked organization was considered to be an FTO, which was groundbreaking. The United Kingdom has prescribed officials tied to the IRGC, but it has not yet prescribed the IRGC or the IRGC Quds Force, which is the next issue at hand. In the 19th of January 2022, Lord Pollock at the House of Lords raised the legal status of the IRGC in a debate named Government Assessment of the Destabilizing Activities of the IRGC, with a question from the Lords. This debate was closely watched also by Gulf states and was covered widely by Emirati and Bahraini news outlets. And so the Gulf is watching as well. And where are we in British law now? So first and foremost, Lord Pickles called for the prescription of the IRGC in January 2020. And after that, the debate from Lord Pollock followed. Since that time, neither the IRGC as an entity nor any Iranians under the UK's Magnitsky sanctions, which are sanctions that target individuals under the regime, have been prescribed. And this comes in light of the West failing to put the IRGC to account for its regional destabilization activities, particularly in the killing of British national Adrian Underwood in a maritime attack on the 29th of July, 2021, on the commercial vessel, the Mercer Street, and also, for example, the downing of Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752 in January 2020. The IRGC legally does fulfill the UK's parameters for foreign terrorist organization prescription for 3 reasons. First, it represents a clear threat of violence to British persons, both domestically and abroad. Secondly, it represents a demonstrable threat to an identifiable section of the British population. And thirdly, because it has intimated and carried out violence against UK targets and its allies. As Professor Kharev mentioned, the IRGC budget is only growing. In 2022, its budget has been doubled. To this year, it will receive $22 billion in comparison to last year's $9.5 billion. And so it's the strength of the IRGC within the thread, the economic and political thread of the Iranian nation is very much clear and very much strengthening. The IRGC is poised to become even stronger as President Ebrahim Raisi consolidates his power base as he looks to becoming Khamenei's successor. Operationally, also, which is something that was also mentioned, Iran's conventional capability, as well as, of course, its potential nuclear capability, threatens not only Israel's. Iran's overmatched capability of missile dominance, including UAVs and cruise missiles, is a clear and present danger. On the naval sphere, as I'm sure will be discussed after me, the Iranian Navy and the IRGC Navy appear to have started collaborating, where historically they've been pitted against each other, which is must be watched very closely in the West as well as locally. Under law, again, there are 2 main tools for the prescription of a terrorist organization in the UK. The United Kingdom's Terrorism Act of 2000 and the Magnitsky sanctions regulations. And this is something that all organizations who are interested in protecting against the Iranian threat are following very closely. And this is something where, in context, we have a government that is open and amenable, and I think really does appreciate the threat of the IRGC to the UK. And so Home Office Minister Priti Patel, as well as Prime Minister Johnson, would be best placed to designate the IRGC. So prescription from a policy perspective is very important because, first of all, the clear and present threat to UK nationals, as we saw in the killing of Adrian Underwood, of the downing of the killing of UK nationals, as well as the IRGC being implicated in the abduction and assault and kidnapping of British citizens. This is something that one of our experts under HMS, Brian Michael Jenkins, has written extensively, and I wholeheartedly recommend his research on this. Secondly, under the UK's definition of terrorism, the threat to the Jewish community is absolutely present, and the UK government will be addressed on that. And thirdly, the threat to two states, as in the Iranian threat to Israel and other states, is something that in policy is also written under UK law. And so hopefully international efforts will be made globally, both in the Jewish diaspora and in the Gulf diaspora, to ensure that we are protected from the Iranian threat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Efrat. Excellent. Our next speaker is Captain Navy retired Shlomo Guetta. From 1971 to 1993, he served in various roles within Israeli Navy intelligence branch, and his last active role was Naval Intelligence Head of Research. In 2019, Shlomo had joined the Maritime Policy and Strategy Research Center as as a research fellow. He will speak about Iranian maritime strategy. And if you wish to read more about what he will speak of, only shortly now, you can read his article. We will place a link to it from the last annual evaluation that came out just several weeks ago in English, and you can read there more details about what Shlomo will be speaking about. Shlomo, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Shlomo, and during a few minutes, I am going to talk about the Iranian maritime strategy. To deliver this lecture, I need at least 45 minutes. Unfortunately, I have only 15, so I do my best. If we talk about Iran, we must mention the establishment of the Islamic Republic in 1979, and after the Iran-Iraq War and the two Gulf War, and especially the fall of Saddam Hussein in Iraq, Iran emerged as one of the regional powers in the Middle East. In line with this positioning as a regional power, Iran working, build and deploy its military in a variety areas, including Navy. When we talk about the Navy, we talk about two combat navies. One of them is the IRIN, Artesh, the Navy of Islamic Republic, and the second one is the IRGCN, Pasadran, the Navy of the Revolutionary Guard. In the left side, we see the commander of the Navy, Shahram Irani, and the right side, we see the commander of IRGCN, Admiral Tangsiri.
Zavit.
If we're trying to resolve the problem, let's give 1 or 2 minutes. If not, we will.
Okay, so let's meanwhile, let's just answer one question. If what you received an answer, a question, sorry. How would the Golden State deal with Iran's proxies, especially after it built secret drone bases in Iraq now and perhaps Yemen later, and that threat threatens the security of the region? I didn't see who wrote that, but Fat?
Thank you very much, and thank you for this excellent question from my dear friend in the UAE. So thank you for the excellent question. I think that concerted action with the UAE and other Gulf partners is the most effective way to deal with Iranian proxies further afield. And I think it goes hand in hand in that respect. And so I think continued diplomatic action and continued also international outreach, I think, is very important in that respect. And that's something from my own experience that I've found very effective, where Israeli organizations or Jewish organizations aren't the only ones in the room raising these concerns. And I think it's something that Iran needs to realize, that we are not alone, and we are acting together. And so I think continued collaboration will help with the stability to buffer against Iranian proxies as well.
Okay, thank you. And we should go back to Shlomo's presentation.
IRIN, Artesh, the Navy of Islamic Republic. And the second one is the IRGCN, another marine component available to Iran. I talk about shipping fleet made out of 2 companies, Iranian National Shipping Company and Iranian National Tanker Company. In order to demonstrate the relation between the regime and this company, we can mention that NITC tankers, along with dozens of other foreign flag tankers, have in recent years transported millions of barrels of Iranian oil to foil United States sanctions. Now, if we talk about the 2 navies, here the map show the separation of the responsibility. This area, Persian Gulf, is under the responsibility of IRGCN, and the green area in the Caspian Sea and the Gulf of Oman is under responsibility of the Navy. This area is common responsibility. If we talk about the Iranian shores along the Persian Gulf and Omani Gulf, we can see here the belt of coastal missile made in Iran. Now, some word about the maritime space of Iran. Immediate circle, we talk about 3 positions: the Persian Gulf, Oman Bay, and Caspian Sea. Because of the involvement with the proxies in the area, Iran expand the maritime area, and now we talk about presence in Gulf of Aden and south of Red Sea because of the involvement in Iran civil war, They assist the Houthis in Iran. We talk about the Levant shores in Lebanon and Syria. Lebanon because of Hezbollah, and Syria because of Assad regime. They also have involvement in Gaza Strip because they support Hamas and Islamic Jihad. When we talk about the Navy, we must talk about the naval diplomacy. So this doctrine of Navy expand the activity also far from the Iranian shore to the Indian Ocean and also to Atlantic Ocean. In those maps, we can see the influence of Iran in the Middle East. Here, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, and Gaza Strip. After we talk about the space, let us talk about the navies. First one is the good guy. Why good guy? Because he has a diplomacy doctrine. And here we can see the vision of the former commander Habibullah Sayari. He talked about activity in Hormuz, in Sea of Oman, and later we can see that they act in another and far places. Here we can see sample of ship and vessel used by the Iranian Navy. Here is submarines. This is conventional submarines, Kilo class, built in Russia. It's very ancient, but it's still inactive. Here is a Fatah class, built in Iran. Coastal submarine, about 500 or 600 tons. And here is a midget submarine built also in Iran. Another two surface type, I gave here frigate that built in Iran on base of Mark V British class. I think the Iranian built 6 or 7 frigate like this. But in this side, you can see spatial ship, what we call the mothership. The name is Makaran. It's adapted, converted as a mothership 2 years ago. She has the capacity to carry helicopters, drones, missile boat, and large of storage naval weapons. Here we can see the same vessels. This is the frigate, Mudej, and this is Makaran. Here in this photo, we can see the long-term cruise that took part by the Iranian Navy in 2021. From Iran via Indian Ocean and Atlantic Ocean till St. Petersburg and back via Mediterranean and Suez Canal. The voyage lasted about 130 days, and the distance was over 5,000 kilometers. Talk about the bad guy. He has the priority to do all the terrorist activity. the IRGCN. Look at the pretense of the commander, destroying the United States Navy. And last year, we have a new phenomena. This organization built not only small boats, but also big ships like motherships and even missile covert. It's indicate that they are going to expand their mission beyond the Persian Gulf, maybe along the Red Sea and maybe also in eastern of Mediterranean. Here are samples of vessels used by the IRGCN. This is a small missile boat, small attack craft, and also they have mothership named Rashid Rudaki. She also can carry small boats, helicopters, lot of drones, and even missile against air. Last weeks, we found a new converting of container ship for this organization. She is also going to use as a floating port to carry weapons depot, including carry lot of UAVs. I mentioned the missile corvette. This is Qasem Soleimani class, new building, 3 units of that class built now in Iran. I think next year, the first one will be operational. The build is based Chinese class. We talk about the proxies. Here, for example, the armament that Iran supplies to Houthis. This is missile, cruise missiles, lot of drones and UAVs, naval missile, naval mines, and explosive boat. Since mid of 2019, Iran started to hit tankers in the Hormuz region and Persian Gulf because the sanction done by President Trump. Here you can see one of the tankers that hit by the Iranian. During 2021, 4 hostile action in the region, but this time against Israel-related naval targets. We talk about 4 events: February 2021, March 2021, April 2021, and last one, Mercer Street, at the end of July 2021. At that event, 2 people were killed on the ship. Last 3 days ago, last Friday, Iran, by IRGCN, said 2 Greek tankers in Persian Gulf. It was reaction. Day before, Athens assist the United States seizing an Iranian oil tanker in the Mediterranean. So it was their reaction. Now, a few words about the Iranian strategy. The Iranian strategy at the national level intended to maintaining the territorial of republic, add earnest the Islamic revolution and the law of religion, regional, political, and economical, and the main component of the Iranian strategy, according to military ability, is by long-range missile and lot of UAVs, potential of nuclear weapons in the future, of course, naval forces, and very important, the sponsorship and support of proxy in the area. The naval strategy, according the national strategy, first of all, is protect the long shore of Iran in Persian Gulf, in the Gulf of Oman and Caspian Sea. But Iran need to secure the shipping route to and from Iran, because over 90% of imports and export to the country are made on these routes. To protect this shipping route, the Navy build doctrine called Golden Triangle, include the space of Strait of Malacca, Straits of Bab el-Mandeb, and Straits of Hormuz. And also in recent years, Iran interest in additional sea areas in another places. The bad guy, the IRGCN, has a doctrine of asymmetric naval combat, especially in the Persian Gulf and elsewhere, because of the involvement with the proxies in other places. Here we can see map with the triangle, with the golden triangle. Here the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz, Strait of Malacca, and this is ports that the Navy visit to show the flag. When we talk about the two organizations, in the past, there was competition and tension between the two organizations. Today, inspired by the supreme leader, there is cooperation between them. The IRGCN now look at big vessels and long-range missile, and with the Navy, they think that the capacity of them can control a large space of naval area. To conclusion, the naval strategy based on 2 combat fleets and with assistance of 2 additional companies of the shipping civil sector. Iran is regional power, so she formulated a maritime strategy. The naval strategy reflected in several circles: closed circle, middle circles, and far circle. In conclusion, without a doubt, Iran has a naval strategy. The Iranian naval strategy, while having defensive properties to a large extent, also enjoy offensive properties. This is achieved both through Iran's military and naval forces, as well as through proxies in the area. Last sentence, Iranian naval power can be defined now as a fleet of green water. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Shlomo. We plan to have a break now, but we're a bit in delay, so what we suggest is to continue. You can have your coffee as you listen, if you need, or any other refreshments. We will continue just to the next panel. The next panel is about Saudi Arabia, a key player in the Middle East in general and in the Gulf that has experienced a transition to the young generation in its leadership and a transition in its economy and relations within the region. Our first speaker was supposed to be Professor Alexander Bly, a senior research fellow at the Hiking Chair for Geostrategy. However, due to an illness, he could not participate in today's conference. We wish him a speedy recovery. So we will continue to hear now Dr. Samuel Wilner. Dr. Wilner is a postdoctoral fellow at the Hiking Chair for Geostrategy at the University of Haifa. He specializes in Saudi decision-making and foreign policy. His research interests also include Middle East economic history and energy security. He received his doctoral degree from the Department of Middle Eastern and Islamic Studies in 2021. He also holds a Bachelor's of Science from 2007 and a Master's of Science from 2008 in Economics and Business Administration from the Helsinki School of Economics, Aalto University in Finland. He will speak about from petroleum resources and royal family politics to the survival of the Saudi monarchy in the 2020s. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ziv. Let me share. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the nexus between Saudi oil politics, the economy, and the survival of the Saudi monarchy. Let's see if I get to. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the main source of Saudi income, the oil exports versus the fluctuation of oil prices. I'm going to mention a little bit about the uncertainty of the future income, the budgets, Saudi government budgets, some of the challenges that the Saudi Arabia is currently experiencing. Of course, there's the geopolitical challenges, but then there's the domestic political challenges, the slowdown of the economy, drop in oil prices, the war in Ukraine, talk about the skyrocketing prices of raw materials, inflation. And then I'm going to mention also why it's so important for the Saudi royal family that Mohammed bin Salman was appointed as the crown prince or the heir apparent. Then final point I want to discuss is what kind of oil policy Saudi Arabia could pursue in the coming years. And like I said, there's a lot of issues that Saudi Arabia is currently facing. The geopolitics, there's a population, of course, and I'm going to show you some charts which hopefully will explain to you a bit the situation that Saudi Arabia is currently, and economically it's not so easy. So I'm going to show you with the petrol, the domestic consumption oil versus the exports, the gross domestic production, which is how much the country produces total of everything, the population, current account balance, also public debt is very important, and then government deficits and surplus. So let's go to the Saudi population. This shows a diagram from 2001 until 2020, and we see around 70% increase in population. Of course, this includes also the not only the citizens but also the residents that live in Saudi Arabia. So it means several million foreign workers. But the population growth puts a lot of pressure on the Saudi public economy itself. How the government will be able to sustain the economy, especially because oil is such a significant income source for the Saudi economy. So if we'll start, and these diagrams will explain especially how important the Saudis this is, because there's the total production, how much Saudi Arabia produces oil, how much they export, and then the blue line below is the one that they're consuming locally. So when we talk about Saudi production, of course, quite significant amount, I think a bit more than 1/3 of the oil is consumed locally. And until 2015, the oil consumption was going up until it stabilized in Saudi Arabia. But it's still not, the consumption locally should be lower. It's still not so good for the Saudi economy. The world, this is important to understand that oil prices, of course, influence how much the Saudi government makes money. This doesn't tell the prices went much higher before the financial crisis, 2008, before the crash, but this shows the average price of oil. So we saw that it went quite down in 2008, 2009, and then it recovered, and then the COVID crisis now affected. And if you look at Saudi exports, of course, we can see that when the oil price went up, the government made a lot of money in the exports, but again, now that during the COVID, the prices went down. What's important here is to notice that the value of exports, excluding the petroleum, haven't gone up so much as it should have. And the government of Saudi Arabia has put quite a lot of effort already to diversify the exports, but it's still lacking behind what it should be. But it has improved if you look at from 2001 and even the 2012. So the Saudis have exported other items, not just oil. And this one, I didn't want to draw any correlation, but you can see that the exports, of course, follow how much the price of crude oil is. And of course, the lower the price of oil, the more the current account balance goes down. And this tells that if the balance goes down, the government of the Saudi Arabia will have to borrow money from abroad in a longer long-term picture. And the balance was, of course, very good between 2009 and 2015. And again, very much connected to the price of oil. This is important, gross domestic product per capita. So from 2001 until 2020, it increased quite significantly. I draw some of those arrows to show that there was a significant growth from 2001 until 2008. And then, of course, the world economy didn't do so well, so it went down, but improved. But let's say on average from 2009 until 2020, it's been pretty stable. So haven't been that significant increase anymore. However, the expenditures of Saudi government, it's been on deficit of the size of the economy. So in the long term, we should be zero or positive at the deficit. If there's a deficit, of course, it means that there will be the government will have to take loans, borrow money, and this is either from the Saudi economy or from abroad. And as you can see that since 2014, the government has made more deficit. They haven't been surplus anymore. Of course, it remains to be seen now. 2021 wasn't a good year yet, but 2022, if the price of oil remains high, the government will probably make more money, and then they'll have less pressure from this point of view. However, the public debt has been going up since 2014. And 2015, King Salman became a king, and the public debt has gone up. Of course, there's been major projects, and instead of necessarily selling the assets, they prefer to take debt. And we are closing. Okay, 2020 it was more than 30% of the GDP, the debt, and it's still much below in what is in many European countries or Israel, but the direction of the curve doesn't look very good. So these are issues that Mohammed bin Salman, who I would say, and there's a lot of misconception when it comes to Mohammed bin Salman. Mohammed bin Salman is the royal family. He is the representative of the royal family, head of the family. But his appointment reflects several important issues that the government of Saudi Arabia is currently dealing with. And I would say that primarily it affects or reflects substantial shift in Saudi policymaking. It could reflect that there's a disappointment toward US policy. It could signal that the Saudi leadership is strong, and that that it wants to change the foreign policy and domestic policies. And here, as I showed you before, the economy is putting a lot of pressure on Saudi Arabia, the foreign policy. Thank you, Ziv. And all this is towards preserving the Saudi monarchy. And of course, the 2015 is a turning point in Saudi policies. The Saudis adapting to the changing world, I would say. Not necessarily that the way they make the policies are different, but they are willing to adapt. And survival for preserving the regime is very important in this. As I mentioned before, there is a misconception that Mohammed bin Salman is dictating these policies. But I would say that this is a misconception, that everything has to be negotiated within the royal family, and whatever is decided eventually as a crown prince or the king, the final arbiter of decisions, he's responsible for the royal family for the decisions. And of course, change of Mohammed bin Salman being the crown prince could mean developing new alliances and reducing the role of the United States. And in the domestic policies, we could talk about to meet the growing needs of the young population and the pressure that the Saudis have in terms of the public debt, the government, the budgets, and the need to change things, add more taxes for the population. It could also the appointment of the Mohammed bin Salman could also indicate that the royal family wants to avoid possible succession crisis in the future. And in the past, we could talk about King Saud and King Faisal in the 60s, when King Saud was replaced by Faisal. There's also a possibility that the kingdom could disintegrate if King Salman would be replaced by a weak leader, and Mohammed bin Salman represents something that they want to portray a picture of being strong. Of course, there's claims that Saudi interests are not aligned with those of the United States, but naturally, Saudi policies have always based on Saudi national interest. Saudi oil policy is said to be more confrontational, and it's true. Saudis want to reflect that they are more tough in this respect. With the Saudi-US relationship, they want to highlight that it's how it can help to preserve the monarchy. At the center of the relationship is the oil exports and the US supply of advanced weapon systems. Okay, I'm running out of time. And there's guarantees of that the Saudis will be able to stay in power. And last points to finish here, it's just that it's very important that Saudi kingdom is ruled by a strong leader, shrewd leader, who is able to build coalitions, alliances inside Saudi Arabia and foreign relations. And of course, the elder stable doesn't necessarily mean that it's a senior prince, but someone who's can take the control of the kingdom and lead the kingdom towards stable regime also in the future, not only in the coming years, but coming decades. Of course, this is a very wide subject, and I would continue much more, unfortunately, running out of time. But oil policy doesn't necessarily have to conflict in the future with the European or Western interest. Of course, Russia, China, new markets, and unfortunately, I need to finish here. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. Our next speaker, Eyal, are you here? Eyal Hashkes, are you with us? Oh, good. So I'll introduce you. So the last speaker, the second speaker of this panel is Eyal Hashkes, who is an independent researcher, the author of Economic Bridges, the New Opportunities in the Middle East, a recently published book that explores the opportunities for economic relations between Israel and its neighbors. Eyal has served as a strategic and economic analyst in Israel's intelligence department, has a bachelor's degree from the University of Haifa in economics and Middle Eastern studies, and a master's from the Hebrew University in economics. Today, Eyal works as a management consultant in a leading international firm. He will discuss the Saudi Vision 2030 and perspectives for Israel. Eyal, go ahead. Oh,
You would like to get the host, David?
Yeah, David.
Give him the...
Eyal, you might be on the wrong link. We don't see you on the panel. Okay, just a second. David, רגע. Eyal? Okay, Eyal, now I see you.
Hi, thank you very much.
Go ahead.
And apologize for that technical issue. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak on this panel, and I think thank you for the previous. Let me just move so you can see me better. Thank you for the previous speaker. I think it set up really well my talk. I will discuss Saudi Vision 2030 and a bit of the implications for Israel. So Saudi. So first, I want to start with two pictures. I think most of the people on this call would recognize the left image, which is the tallest building in the world, the Burj Khalifa. It's in the United Arab Emirates. I think fewer people perhaps would recognize the image on the right. And that image is actually in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. That is the building that is supposed to be the tallest building in the world. And it's actually stuck in the same static picture since 2018. And I think juxtaposing these two images sort of represents some of what I'm going to try to say about Saudi Vision 2030 is that it has probably a promising start, but still much behind where the Saudis want their economy to be, and much behind the UAE that has implemented similar reforms a decade and more earlier. So first of all, a reminder, what is Saudi Vision 2030? So this has been a hallmark vision of Mohammed bin Salman since he became more involved in Saudi policymaking, of course, now the Crown Prince. And in 2016, he announced a vision on the backdrop of what the previous speaker has shown us, 2014, 2015, a pivotal time in Saudi Arabia for various reasons, especially the decline of oil prices and Mohammed bin Salman rising to power at the same time, and understanding that something has to change in the economy of Saudi Arabia. And he announces in 2016 a huge vision to transform the Saudi economy across 3 pillars, calls it ambitious nation, vibrant society, thriving economy. Really the major cell of this vision is to diversify the economy from being dependent on oil to being dependent on the oil of the 21st century, which is technology, innovation, data, etc. So you'll find these words like innovation a lot in this vision. And essentially, if you look at the details of this vision, it's a lot of sub initiatives that are supposed to achieve this diversifying of the economy, as well as quite major cultural shifts in Saudi Arabia. And I'll be discussing the balance of those. So first, Saudi Arabia, if you look on the Vision 2030, it has a very nice website. A lot of money spent into the whole part of showcasing this vision. So this is the most recent status report of the vision, what you see on the left side. And I just took an excerpt from there, towards a thriving economy, and you can see how they're portraying what is before the vision versus what is in the latest year, with enough data, 2020. So you see all kinds of indicators that make it seem like a very good image that the vision is actually being implemented. So you see a rise in non-oil revenues. You see a rise in the percentage of non-oil GDP. You see a rise in investments, etc. You see more factories. So they're trying to paint a very rosy picture of what's going on in Vision 2030. And actually, there have been very significant either accomplishments or actions taken by the Saudi government of this vision. And I'll list some of them. I think the first one was in 2018, imposing a 5% VAT tax. So Saudi Arabia, similar to other countries in the Gulf, does not have a lot of taxes. The social contract basically says political power will be almost absolutely in the hands of the kingdom, but citizens will not have to pay taxes and will be able to live a good life. And for the first time, a 5% VAT tax, which is much less than in Israel or other countries, much less so suddenly introducing this VAT tax, and in fact tripling it after the onset of COVID-19. And this is the beginning of marking a huge change from government being dependent on oil revenue to government having varied sources. Another pretty big change was a limited IPO. So basically, Saudi Arabia, wholly owned by the Saudi government, actually started to trade as a stock on Tadawul, Saudi stock market, which first of all, it means transferring some of the ownership of Saudi's most prized possession, and second, it meant a lot of transparency and financial reporting that is required. That's quite difficult in a country like Saudi Arabia. And Mohammed bin Salman intended this figure, 1.5%, to be much more. But this limited IPO is a sort of, again, an initial step, just like the building I showed on the previous slides, an initial step in the direction of selling the oil, selling the ownership of the oil in Saudi Arabia, and using that money for other purposes, such as construction of mega projects, such as NEOM, which I will get into afterwards. opening up tourism. So it used to be impossible to get a visa, a tourist visa for Saudi Arabia. Now it's possible. If anyone is interested and has a different citizenship, it would be possible to travel to Saudi Arabia. But again, a major shift, not only religious tourism or business entrance, but also tourist entrance. Major cultural economic changes. So famous one is opening the cinemas, which there were no cinemas in Saudi Arabia up to this point, and now you can go to Riyadh and go to see a movie. And a lot of changes around status of women in the workplace and the positions that a woman is allowed to hold in both public and private sector. Lastly, a tax on foreign employees. So as the previous speaker has said, a lot of the population in Saudi Arabia is actually not citizens, it's foreign workers. And Saudi Arabia is trying to Saudize or make the working base more Saudi and has disincentivized more foreign employees by, again, levying a new tax. So a lot of changes in Saudi Arabia. And I think that the major changes here that someone who visited Saudi Arabia 10 years ago and someone who visited Saudi Arabia now would see relate probably to the more cultural changes, but also beginning to take major actions to change the economy. And now let's test that. Okay, so let's look at some indicators that actually show whether or not the oil, Saudi has reduced its dependence on oil. So let's begin on the left-hand side. And here you can see actually a graph that shows growth in GDP, so indicator of the economy, and the price of oil. The price of oil in orange, the growth in GDP in blue, and you can see it's pretty correlated. So when the price of oil is high, growth is high. When the price of oil is low, you see negative growth. 2022 projections are for Saudi growth to be almost 8%, which is huge, especially in the Middle East, because oil prices are so high. And Saudi oil minister has recently remarked that Saudi plans are to have over 13 million barrels per day of crude oil and refined oil by 2026 to 2027. So Saudi, both in action and in its rhetoric, is pointing to us that oil is very much going to be a huge part of Saudi future. So perhaps we already are seeing that they're not so quick to make oil something not important to their economy. And from their perspective, oil is something that gives them very easy revenue. But the problem is it's easy now that oil prices are high to forget why they made the initial move to reduce the dependency on oil in 2020. 14-15 because the price of oil was so low. Now it's easy to remember if the price of oil once again drops to be lower, that might change. And let's look at some more indicators. So another huge indicator is what's the share of the budget that's oil versus non-oil. So the Saudi budget, as you can see, 2014 when oil prices were still high, so more than 85% of the Saudi budget came from oil. Almost no taxes, oil revenue, very easy way to get money. You see that number dropping as oil prices have dropped. And I just put a line at 2016 levels. And you can see how it fared since then, how the IMF is projecting, the International Monetary Fund, how it's projecting the trend to continue. And you're basically seeing very much that oil as a share of the budget has not decreased as much as they would have wanted. And here they actually don't have, at least I couldn't find any specific number that they're pointing out to, but it's very clear that if oil budgets are still 50% of the oil revenue is still 50% of the budget by 2026, then Saudi Arabia has not really reduced the dependency on oil. I think if you look at the share of Saudi Arabia GDP, the share of oil, you see that actually the share of oil has not really decreased. In fact, has only increased since 2016. And you can see 2021, 2022. In fact, the share of oil as a part of GDP is actually bigger than it was when the Vision 2030 was announced. So you can actually see that here, Saudi really isn't changing the breakdown of its economy, the distribution of economic activity. So perhaps despite like the rosy figures that were shown at the beginning and the way that Vision 2030 wants to be communicated to the public, not a major change, at least in the economic aspect, has been done. And just another huge part of the vision was wanting to bring in economic investments, what's called FDI, into Saudi Arabia. And in fact, since the vision was announced, investments in Saudi Arabia, as you can see in the green line, have actually been quite low. And there are several explanations for this. A few of them relate to the political status of Saudi Arabia, which has lost favor, and Mohammed bin Salman specifically have lost favor with the world because of the war in Yemen, because of the Khashoggi incident. And you can see that investments into Saudi Arabia have been much lower than the red line investments in, for example, the United Arab Emirates. 2020 initial 21 figures are actually a little bit larger. So there's been a slight increase in recent years that's not shown on this chart. But still, the point is investments have not come into Saudi Arabia despite what Mohammed bin Salman wants to do for his country. And I think a lot of this relates to some decisions that Mohammed bin Salman has made, including, like I said, the Khashoggi incident, which did not carry favor with investors around the world. Final chart I'll show is just an illustration, again, going back to the initial page, of the differences in the visions between Saudi Arabia and the UAE. You can see the brown areas of this chart. Those relate to the oil exports as a percent of all exports. And you can see the brown area is much, much larger in Saudi Arabia than in UAE, which has managed over the past 20 years to greatly reduce its own dependence on oil. And I think this picture is from 2019 because it's more representative than 2020 with much more lower oil prices. I think this shows very much, it's a symbol for whether Saudi Arabia has indeed matched its target for the vision. And I think the answer is, despite some successes and some actions, the answer is no, the direction is not, Saudi Arabia has not yet managed to reach a trajectory to reduce its dependency, to greatly reduce its dependency on oil. Since I'm running out of time, I'll get to my final part, which is, as I've mentioned, a huge part of the Saudi Vision 2030 is to use some of the money that Saudi Arabia has gotten from investments, from its oil funds, and from various other activities to build mega projects. And if you remember, when Mohammed bin Salman rounded up a lot of the rich people in Saudi Arabia, according to some reports, he took some of their money after in exchange for releasing them. So Mohammed bin Salman has in his control a huge pile of hundreds of billions of dollars in Saudi Arabia's public investment funds. And part of that money he's using to build his pet project, NEOM, which is built right out of right south of Eilat, next to Egypt and Jordan. And NEOM has actually had several sub-projects announced over the past few years. One of them is The Line, which is a vertical city, which 170, at least that's the vision, 170 kilometers in length, very, very small in width. No cars, very futuristic city with high-speed train connecting the entire parts of the city. So very futuristic plan. Trojena, which is a futuristic vacation zone, and then Oxagon, which is a port, an automatic port that's also an artificial island, and basically very futuristic projects. To some, these can seem unrealistic, and I think some aspects are probably unrealistic, but the fact is that Mohammed bin Salman, since this is his pet project, is pouring resources into completing this project. And whether it makes sense to build this city or this zone in the desert or not, the fact is money is being poured out there, and in recent months and years, tenders and companies have already gotten out and started to dig this city, The Line, and to start planning the other elements of this project. The fact is, a huge city, Dubai style, I would say, is going ahead and starting to be built right south of Eilat. And I think this presents a huge opportunity for Israel. Already reports that several Israeli companies are a part of this process, and that Mohammed bin Salman chose the location of the city to accommodate the bringing in Israeli technology in order to have the city actually meet its goals. And Israeli companies, according to some reports, are actually operating in that area now, and seldom a day goes by without being some report in money going in, or Israeli companies going in to Saudi Arabia to being part of the Saudi Arabian economy. So the bottom two reports are just from the past weekend. The top reports are a bit older, but reporting that companies in Israel are working both in NEOM and in Saudi Arabia, or with Saudi Arabian funds in general. And I think that shows that the increased connectivity with Saudi Arabia, between Israel and Saudi Arabia, will not be in the style of the Abraham Accords, that suddenly one day everything opened up, but would rather be gradual. And I think NEOM is the way in. And NEOM is supposed to have a different regulatory infrastructure that perhaps, unlike in other parts of Saudi Arabia, will allow some Israeli economic activity to go on perhaps above when it's constructed, above secrecy levels, rather than very hushed economic activity. And NEOM might be the opportunity for that. And I think that's looking at Vision 2030, and just summing up the entire my entire talk. I think it's very important to Mohammed bin Salman to show progress in this vision. It's much easier to pour the money in Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund and other sources into these mega projects. And like it or not, these mega projects are going to be built. And I think that exact point, for these projects to be a success, Mohammed bin Salman is going to need Israeli involvement. And I think that's the main, or one of the main implications for the implementation of this vision to the region and to Israel. So thanks for listening, and I guess there's time for questions now.
Yes, thank you very much. So we do have a few questions for Samuel and for Eyal. First from Shmuel Yerushalmi. Is there a chance that Saudi Arabia will go through an industrial revolution and will become a strong and developed industrial center in the Middle East?
Yeah, so I can perhaps answer that. I think it's already an industrial center in many aspects, of course, in oil, but also in similar industries like petrochemical industry. Where Mohammed bin Salman wants to take it is to be strong in other industries. It will not happen so fast, but I think the mega projects, which again have a lot of money being spilled into, will allow to create those industries. Even if a lot of the project won't make economic sense, the sheer action of just putting in all that money into these industries would create them. So I think we can expect Saudi Arabia to be an industrial player in other industries as well in the coming years. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. Samuel, do you want to add?
I agree with that, and I think for the survival of the Saudi monarchy, it's very important to diversify the economy and really get investments to Saudi Arabia. Without this, there's so many pressure coming from such many directions that I don't see any other alternative. But briefly, this is my answer.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Julian Finkelstein. To what extent does the war in Ukraine and the resulting distancing from Russia create an opportunity for Saudi Arabia in terms of new or stronger partnerships with European countries?
Well, I would answer that because of the importance of energy security and having diversified sources from the European point of view, it will be very important. I believe that it will be increase the cooperation between not only Saudi Arabia, but other energy producers in the Middle East concerning oil and both gas. So, of course, Saudis want something in return. So maybe politics or investments would be on the other side.
I agree, and I think this is the opportunity of Mohammed bin Salman to sort of redeem himself after he became a bit less popular after the Khashoggi incident. So now this energy connection can be an opportunity to redeem himself in other areas as well.
Okay, thank you. And final question again from Shmuel Yerushalmi. Do you see any chance of Saudi financial investments in Israeli economy and in shared Israeli-Saudi industrial and infrastructure projects?
Yes, definitely. I think I touched on it in the last few slides, and I think definitely the answer is we're seeing this happening still below the surface. The question is, when is it going to be above the surface? And that's probably going to take time, but I think it's a gradual process, and we're going to see this more and more in coming years, even months.
I agree with Eyal. I have nothing else to add.
Okay, so you tend to agree with one another, which is fine. Okay, since I don't see other questions, I think that will conclude this this panel. And thank you so much for both of you. And we'll run our marathon to the final panel, which is about the Gulf states, whose importance is rising for Israel and within the region. And we have here several very interesting talks. First will be Dr. Eli Rettig. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Political Studies at Bar-Ilan University, specializing in energy security and foreign policy in the Middle East. His research examines patterns of conflict and cooperation over shared energy resources and the role of oil, natural gas, and renewable energy in shaping national security policy in Israel and its surrounding region. Prior to joining Bar-Ilan, Dr. Rettig was an Israel Institute Fellow in Israeli and Environmental Studies at Washington University in St. Louis, and taught courses on energy geopolitics in the Jones Graduate School of Business at Rice University in Houston. He will talk about implications of the sanctions on Russia on the oil exports from the Gulf countries. Eli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ziv, for that introduction. And thank you for inviting me to the conference. Do you see the presentation on the entire screen? Okay, great. So this talk will be kind of a good segue between what Eyal and Samuel said to kind of about the Saudis to the Gulf. And I'll start, so I'm going to focus on the sanctions or the possible sanctions, because right now there's a lot of talk, not a lot of action. The West, the US, West Europe has been threatening and to some degree has been already implementing some kind of embargo on Russian oil imports as a result of its invasion of Ukraine. Today, they already announced that it's not really going as well as they want to, but that's the idea. The problem is that if they want to stop importing oil from Russia, they're going to need that oil from somewhere else, and that oil is going to come primarily from the Gulf states. They're the only ones that have that spare capacity of oil to produce in very short notice. No one else has that type of spare capacity like they do. But it's not going very well so far, and I'll talk about why in a moment. But whether the West does indeed implement harsh sanctions or embargoes on oil imports from Russia or it doesn't, we're already seeing the impact of that in the global flow of oil in the international trade. Because just the fact that the EU and the US is saying that they're not going to import Russian oil creates problems for Russia to sell its oil. And so Russia is trying to sell a lot of its oil to India and China instead in a deep discount, but they're still making a lot of money out of it. And so because the Russians, so if traditionally, or at least in the past 10, 15 years, most of the oil coming from the Straits of Hormuz, from the Gulf, 90% of it goes east to Asia, mainly China, Japan, Korea, India. And Russian oil, 70% of it goes, 75% of it goes west to Europe and to the US. Now we're seeing kind of a switch where Russia is sending more oil to the east and taking up market share from the Gulf states. As summer looms and the weather becomes hotter, then Russia will be even more comfortable for Russia to sell oil to China and India through the northern route, right, as the polar melts during the summer days. So that takes away market share from the Gulf, and so the Gulf sells its oil more to the West. And especially as the EU really actually stops buying oil from Russia, that will only increase. So we're going to see much more oil from the Gulf rather than moving east, moving westwards through the Bab el-Mandeb, through the Suez Canal, and up to Europe. That creates challenges and also opportunities for Israel as well. First of all, the challenges. If you see more tankers, Gulf tankers going through the Bab el-Mandeb, you also see more opportunities for Iran to sabotage them. When Iran threatens to close the Straits of Hormuz, it's not a really good threat, because that's like shooting yourself in the head, because Iranian oil also goes through the Straits of Hormuz. But Bab el-Mandeb is a different story. Iranian oil barely goes to the Bab el-Mandeb. It's mainly Persian oil, and more of it now. So that means more opportunity to attack. It's an opportunity in the sense that it encourages cooperation between the navies of the area, including Israel. So you see more cooperation between Israeli Navy commanders meeting secretly, openly with Navy commanders of the Gulf countries. Another interesting development that this will create regarding Israel is the Qatar pipeline. If more oil is going to go west through the Suez Canal, then it makes economic sense to use the Qatar pipeline that Israel has, which is cheaper than the Suez Canal. And if we see more and more oil going through there, then I'm having some interference. Maybe Show's microphone.
I'm looking into this.
Yeah. There's another pipeline called the Sumed in Egypt, but if more oil goes west, then that will get filled up pretty quickly. That means there will be more pressure from the Europeans for us to allow the Emirates to start using Qatar pipeline. We already have a deal with the Emirates, but it's frozen for environmental reasons. There will be a lot of pressure to allow this to continue and to actually allow oil to go through it. Definitely if Saudi Arabia joins the mix, right? If Saudi Arabia decides to kind of normalize relations, maybe they do, maybe later on, there will be much more pressure to start, allowing more oil to go through the Qatar. But so far, none of this is actually happening, in the sense that the Emirates and the Saudis are not really abiding by Biden's request to produce more oil. Now, I won't go into the political reasons for why this is happening. Some of the former speakers talked about it. I deal with economics and I deal with oil. So I'm going to focus on the economic reasons for why the Saudis and the Gulf aren't quick to meet Biden's request to produce more oil to compensate for Russian oil embargoes. I would argue that these economic issues are more important than the political issues, that the political kind of wrangling and punishment to Biden because of his policy, I think that's a bonus. But the real issue here is some serious underlying economic limits that are preventing the Gulf states from actually producing more oil to compensate for the Russian embargo. The main reason, so keep in mind that the Gulf states have worked a lot and have a comprehensive long-term economic plan for their oil-dependent economy and how to move away from their oil-dependent economy. And they worked hard to set this plan in motion. And they won't throw all of that away just because of what they see as a temporary crisis between Russia and Ukraine and the West. And so they're very reluctant to change the plans. And the plans include Russia in them. So I'll say two main things about kind of how the Gulf is preparing for the day after oil. The first issue is that OPEC has proven repeatedly that it doesn't work without Russia in it. OPEC is a very dysfunctional cartel and has been for many years. OPEC members constantly cheat. When the Saudis ask them to cut production, they don't cut production and say they did. When they ask them to increase, they don't listen. Basically, for many years, Saudi Arabia and the Arab Gulf states have been carrying OPEC on their back. Every time that OPEC had to cut production or increase production, it was just them doing it. It was the Saudis and the Emirates, and every time there was too much oil in the market, definitely after the fracking revolution in the US, and OPEC asked all of its members to cut production so the prices won't tank, nobody did it. Only Saudi Arabia cut production, and then Iran immediately came and took their market share from the countries they didn't sell oil to. So Saudi Arabia said enough. I'm not going to be the only country that cuts production, me and the Gulf. And so they stopped doing that. And in 2014, the result of that was a major price crash. right? Because Saudi was no longer willing to just be the only country with the Gulf to actually cut production and be. And the prices were low for a while until finally in 2016, the Saudis managed to get Putin on board and create OPEC Plus. And once Russia brought with it a bunch of other countries, Azerbaijan and a bunch of other post-Soviet oil producers, once Russia agreed to coordinate production with OPEC, with Saudi Arabia, then oil prices finally, right, resumed. Now, every time these two elements, the Saudis and Putin, got into any kind of dispute, every time Putin said, I don't want to coordinate with OPEC anymore, oil prices crashed again. And so, and every time they made up and decided that they are going to coordinate, oil prices went up again. So for OPEC, for the Saudis, for the Gulf, Russia needs to be part of OPEC or OPEC doesn't work. So when Biden goes to these countries and tells them, produce more oil so I can, punish Russia, what he's actually asking them is destroy OPEC Plus and effectively destroy OPEC. And that's a big request to ask for them. That's they paid a lot of money and blood to get OPEC Plus running. And if you want to do that to them, then you have to compensate them big. And so you need to keep that in mind. Gulf countries can't afford this. They need oil prices to be high. They can't just go against Russia, destroy OPEC Plus, and once the crisis ends, oil prices will crash again, because the Gulf needs oil prices to remain rather high. I'm not talking about $120 per barrel, but they need, according to different estimates, about $84 per barrel to break even because of their massive subsidies. They spend a lot on their local population. They give oil and gas for free and electricity for free and food prices, etc. And that is very wasteful. Some of these countries, 15% of their GDP is just subsidizing their own population's oil and gas and electricity. And that's only increasing because the population grows and because they demand more. And the problem with the population of the Gulf is that they are very wasteful because everything is free and subsidized. And definitely after the Arab Spring, they even demand more subsidies and more government treatment of them. And that means that the Gulf states need to export oil to earn the revenue so that they can subsidize this population. But on the other hand, this population wastes a lot of oil and gas on their cars. They all have SUVs, on free electricity, etc. So the Gulf needs to release more oil to the market, but their own population is wasting that oil that they're trying to release. So Gulf countries can't afford this, and much of this is wasted. And I think Eyal and Samuel treated this and explained this really well. The second issue that is preventing the Saudis and the Gulf from, meeting Biden's demand is that they're thinking long term. They're not thinking about the next year with what's going to happen with Russia and Ukraine. They're thinking 50 years ahead, and they need to prepare for the day after oil. Now, the day after oil is not going to happen anytime soon. It's going to take a lot of time for that day to come. There's little to replace oil. Oil isn't used for electricity. So all of the renewables, solar, wind, geothermal, nuclear, that's for electricity, and oil isn't used for electricity. So you need hydrogen and nuclear powered boats and drastic reduction of our daily consumption of plastics. It's going to take a lot of time for that day to come, but demand eventually for oil will decline in the next few decades, and the prices will eventually go down, but the Gulf states will still be here. They will be the last man standing, because even if oil prices go down to $20 a barrel, the Gulf states will still make a profit. They have the cheapest oil there is in terms of production and refining costs. They have light and sweet oil. It's rather shallow. It's on the ground. So as oil demand goes down and oil prices go down in the next few decades, Western oil industries will collapse. The UK, Brazil, Canada, USA, Norway, they won't be able to produce oil and make a profit, but the Gulf will still make a profit and they will still produce oil. So as the decades go, the next 20 years, 30 years, the market share, the oil market share of the Gulf states will only increase. They will only export more oil, not less, because they're the only ones that can export oil in that price. So to accomplish this, they need to release more oil to the market, and they need to make sure that their population is just wasting it on them. So they are investing a lot in finding other ways to produce electricity, because they're one of the only countries left in the world that still use oil for generating electricity because it's so cheap and plentiful. But that's not a sustainable way to go. So they're trying to get nuclear. The UAE has got nuclear and solar and wind and hydrogen, not for environmental reasons, although that's how it's promoted to get foreign direct investment. It's for it's to release oil and gas rather than being burned for electricity. And for the SUVs of their population, you can export it and take that market share that will wait for you in 20, 30 years from now as US industry oil will collapse, et cetera, and Canadian, et cetera. So they need to free up more oil. And luckily, we can help with all of this. We're pretty good at, we Israel, we're pretty good at technology that uses energy in a more efficient way. We've had solar water heaters on our roof since the 50s, right? Because we didn't want to use oil for the electricity to heat them up. We're very good at clean tech, et cetera. And we have a lot to offer them. Ironically, it's their fault that we're so good at this because they embargoed us in 1948 and then 1973, and we had to find innovative ways to use less oil. So that's God's sense of humor, but that's what it is. And we have, there's a lot of economic opportunity to help them accomplish what they want. At the end of the day, however, this is just a Band-Aid. It's a delay tactic for deeper long-term solutions, because eventually oil will not take the major bulk of their economy, and they need to plan for a future that includes deep economic, social, and religious reforms. The previous Samuel and Eyal talked about this. That means sending more people to work, and especially women. That means religious reforms, so you can send the women to work. That's easier in the UAE. That's much harder in Saudi Arabia. As Eyal explained, the Wahhabi clerics, etc., they can't just do whatever. Mohammed bin Salman can't just make decisions on his own. He needs to go through them, and that's a problem. But that's the idea. And they need to, A, create these reforms to diversify their market, not just to be dependent on oil, but also to use oil in a smarter way. And rather than just selling crude oil, if they have the cheapest oil available, then they can also create the cheapest oil-made products available. Plastics, chemicals, they can make hydrogen from fossil fuels, right, in the first stages. And so they will try to lead in that. And other than that, of course, new industries like tourism, like business, which the Gulf, the UAE has been much more successful than Saudi Arabia has been so far, as Eyal has shown really nicely with those two towers, etc. So the more stability and the more economic breathing room these countries have, the more time they have and the more they will able to make this transition happen, the more decades that they have to do that. And some countries are luckier than others. Some countries can withstand low oil prices and still continue on with creating these economic reforms while still subsidizing their population and not cutting back on subsidies, which costs people to go out to the streets, and others can't. So when you look at the foreign currency reserves of the Gulf states, they're going to be fine for a while. Even if oil prices go very low, they can still maintain themselves. Iran, not so much. Iran isn't here actually in the table, but it's somewhere between Iraq and Azerbaijan, about $1,500. They can't, Iran needs to cut subsidies. And when they do that, people go out to the streets and protests. The Gulf can withstand some time without cutting the subsidies. And so for now, they don't need to do it, because for now, so long as there's this Russia-Ukraine crisis, oil prices are high. They have an excuse for why oil prices are high. It's not because of them. And they have no reason to force these prices to go down if they're making a profit, and if it will dismantle OPEC plus as a result, which is not something that they want to do. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much, Hidai. Our next speaker is Dr. Moran Zaga. She is a researcher of political geography in the United Arab Emirates. Her main research interests are political and social boundaries and the geopolitics of Gulf states. In recent years, she focused on UAE-Israel relations. Moran is a research fellow at the High King Chair for Geostrategy, and she One.
Ziv, yes. There was a connection problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here.
Ziv, you missed some of Moran's CV.
That's okay. It's not
that's
that.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll just start because it's very late.
So please go.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll share my screen and just confirm that you can see that. 1 second. Okay. So since the Abraham Accords, I hear a lot about the UAE and its approach to peace building, but I don't hear a lot about the UAE and other countries' approach to violence, to attacks, and there are many of them. So I wanted to focus on that, and the Gulf has always been a region of conflict and violence. The UAE, as I mentioned, the United Arab Emirates, has been participating proactively in a number of wars. The Afghanistan war in 2001 after the 9/11 attacks, joining the US, the United States coalition, then Syria during the civil war, in Yemen, of course, and also in Libya. The common denominator of these countries is that none of them is an actual enemy of the UAE, and none of them attacked the UAE. And the UAE chose to proactively participate in the war. And I was interested to learn about why and what happened when the UAE started to be attacked. Clausewitz said that war is a continuation of policy with other means. This is his famous sentence. And I was interested really in the diplomacy around these wars and attacks. So I followed this diplomacy in the last decade and divided the narratives of the Gulf countries to categories. And it's important to differentiate between the narratives, I mean, the story they tell to the audience, and the actual reasoning for the initiating the attacks or responding to attacks. And here I was more interested in the marketing of violent acts in the public. So I want to start with an explanation about how do you build a narrative. First, you need the audience. And you can target domestic public opinion, you can target political opposition, or the international community. Each audience has its own set of beliefs and aspirations, and you cannot really build a narrative if you don't define the group you want to talk to. Then you need to define what do you want people to believe, what do you want them to feel, and what effect do you want to achieve, both emotionally and rationally. And then you get to the main point, to the argument. Which argument to precisely use. You need to find the right justifications in order to convince the specific audience that you chose. It doesn't have to convince everybody. You just need, your goal is to achieve as much legitimization and as little resistance as you can to allow you to act. And then you get the action part, which supports the argument really. And not to confuse with the act of delivering the narrative. This is a whole different discipline of how do you market that? Do you go to social media? Do you leak the narrative? What do you do with that? So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual action on the ground to support the argument of what you want to achieve. And the question of how do you implement the policy that corresponds to the argument that you chose. And in many cases, that's the funny part, maybe funny is not the right word, the action is really conflicting to the argument. For example, you say that you're against the killing of people, but in your reaction, you kill people. So in that case, we will see that there are many ways to build the narrative to legitimize the actions, your country's actions that are exactly similar to your opponents. So when I studied this subject on the Gulf states, I learned that there are three main arguments that are repeating themselves. And these are the three main types. First is the moral, or let's say ethical justification. And this is the most common type of argument. This is the most also problematic argument, because this is morality is a very subjective issue. And it opens to many interpretations. Who says that you are the just one and not the other side? And the narratives or the words that we keep hearing when governments use this argument, we see that we fight terrorism, we fight for justice, our war is against extremism. By doing that, you raise your morality and you say that you are the good side. And you focus on yourself. This is the emphasis. This is the country focusing on how good it is, and focusing on the good side. And the opposite argument that we also see a lot is the adversarial justification, meaning that you point the enemy, you point the other side, you emphasize the evil in order to solidify your legitimacy. And this is usually, these are kind of argument we usually see in retaliations. Countries not always do that. They don't do that when they don't want the situation to escalate. So they don't point an enemy. And we will see when countries use this argument, we will see lots of blaming, we'll see accusations, and we'll see defamation and stigmatization of other countries or other actors. In Hebrew, we'll say to lehatil dofi or lashchir oyev. The third argument that we will see is the realpolitik or maybe diplomatic or rational argument. You're trying to explain your violence to your audience by using logical reasoning and rationality. And usually, I mean, obviously, why not using this argument all the time? Because if your actions make sense, then okay, there's no problem. So why not using it? So countries usually use it when they want to compensate on immoral actions. And I'll just give you one example from our world. We saw the Russian-Ukrainian war, and we saw Israel explanation to why not fully backing Ukraine. And the reasoning was realpolitik. We don't want Russia to stop us from acting in Syria. So this is how the government tried to market it to its domestic crowd to domestic audience in Israel. And this is one example of how to use this realpolitik justification to compensate your immoral actions. And the terms that you use or the words that we see in these arguments are, we are maintaining the stability of the region. We want to leverage the advantage that we have right now, so we have to do that. We want to prevent future damage, or we want to prevent escalation or deterioration of the situation. And I find this argument very, I would say, patronizing, because when countries use this argument, it means that they think that they have the solution and it's their responsibility to implement it. I have the solution in order to make this region more stable. And who says that your solution is the one that is right? So this is kind of the patronizing explanation to your argument. There are a few arguments that we don't see in the Gulf countries. These are arguments and justifications in the name of religion. We would expect to see them, but we don't see that a lot. That was more popular in the past, and it's still popular in other places in the Middle East, such as in Jerusalem. We'll see lots of arguments in the Hamas discourse and Muslim Brotherhood discourse in the name of religion, in the name of tradition, but we don't see it a lot on the Khaliji side. Another narrative that we don't see is a personality issue. And if I mentioned earlier, the Ukrainian-Russian war, we see a lot of arguments based on personality. This is something that really leaders avoid of using there in the Gulf. Now, of course, the arguments are usually delivered in sort of a combination. It's never one narrative. But what I was interested to see was which country focused on which narrative more. And let's see some example based on this categorization. The most recent case of violence in the Gulf was the Houthis' drone attack on Abu Dhabi in February and January. There were 2 attacks. And another attack on Aramco refinery in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia in March. And although Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates are really fight on the same side, they have completely different narratives all throughout the war in Yemen. And they really both on the same side with different stories. The Saudis push more on the adversarial arguments against Iran, while the Emiratis pushed on both realpolitik and the moral arguments, and we'll see that. So here, for example, if we talk about the Emirati side, we see on the picture a gathering, a summit of Arab leaders. We see on the right side Mohammed bin Zayed, on the left side this is Mohammed bin Rashid of Dubai, and of course Assisi and Al Khalifa from Egypt and Bahrain. And they came to show, the visitors came to show their support in the UAE after these attacks. And the official Emirati media posed an article about the summit saying that during their summit, the leaders touched on the terrorist attacks that pose a serious threat to the security and stability of the region. So here we first see the realpolitik. We are in charge of the stability and they are ruining the stability, although the UAE is very deeply involved in the war in Yemen. Stressing these aggressive practices violate all international laws and norms that affect international peace and security. So here we see the moral side, the ethical side. We want to see security, we want to see peace. And they call on the international community. So here we see really the audience, this is the international community, to take a unified and firm stance towards these militias. Who are these militias? They don't name them. And other terrorist forces and their supporters. So there's the evil side, but we don't really know who this evil side is. So that means a lot. Why? When they don't point the enemy, it means that they don't want to get into an escalation. So this declaration really summarizes and represents the Emirati narrative for years and in many battlefronts, not only on the Yemeni front. And obviously the UAE chose the international community as its audience and not its own people. We don't see anger. We don't see a retaliation act on the doorstep here. And we see that the enemy is really something that is very blurred. So another interesting thing that we saw later at the UAE that called the United Nations Security Council to label the Houthi militias as a terrorist group. Now, since January this year, 2022, the EU is a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. And by the way, it achieved it. It achieved the announcement of the Security Council that the Houthis are indeed a terrorist group. But there's an interesting anecdote to that. It announced it on February 28, and the Russian-Ukrainian war started when? On February 24, 4 days before. And the UAE, if we're talking about reacting to other countries' violence, refrained from condemning Russia on its attack on Ukraine because of that, because he wanted to achieve this diplomatic win on a different front in the Security Council. So it really used the realpolitik narrative, both in the narrative and also in the action this time. Very similar to Israel, by the way. The Emiratis wanted to achieve the Houthis labeled as a terrorist group. Israel wanted to achieve the Russian support in Syria. And in both cases, we didn't condemn Russia. And that was to cover the moral argument that we didn't use in this case. Now, how the Saudis are acting to, okay, thank you, Ziv, are reacting to these attacks. They condemn the Houthis, and they mentioning that the United States said that Iran clearly enabled Jeddah oil attacks. So here we see a point at the enemy, pointing the enemy. Let's see two sentences just to finish the argument. The Houthis militias has increased attacks against Saudi energy installation in recent weeks as Iran seeks to revive a nuclear deal. So really they take what happened with the Houthis in Yemen, and then the other sentence is linked to Iran and its nuclear deal. What are the connections? I don't know. This is something that I do in the media all the time. And then we see they're addressing the international community, and how we see that, because they said that the Saudis are really alarming the shortage of oil supplies to global markets. I will not go further in the Saudis' narratives. We see that all the time that they are pointing at Iran, the Saudi Crown Prince Al-Jubair, which used to be the former foreign minister. And also in the last year, we saw that as well. Even to other countries, violent attacks, they're also accusing Iran. So we really see the differentiation in the narratives, and why it's important to look at these narratives. I will skip that and go to my final slide. Because if we take the audience, we understand the effect that the countries want to achieve. We listen carefully to these arguments with this categorization, and we see the action on the ground, we actually can get a broader picture of the event. And also, we can also anticipate the next stage in the campaign. And the UAE statement that I highlighted in the beginning, we saw that it created some distance from the UAE to its enemy. If there is no enemy, and it's the responsibility of the international community to act or to react, we can infer that there will be no major retaliation. And that's precisely how it turned out to be. We can really anticipate it and anticipate the next move. And I think that this is why it's important to look at these four categories. Thank you, Ziv.
Thank you very much, Moran. Our next speaker is Dr. Mordechai Chaziza. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, good. So I'll just introduce you. You're from the Ashkelon Academic College. You hold a PhD from Bar Ilan University and is a senior lecturer at the Department of Politics and Governance and the Division of Multidisciplinary Studies in Social Science at Ashkelon Academic College. Dr. Chaziza is the author of China and the Persian Gulf, the New Silk Road Strategy and Emerging Partnerships from 2019, and China's Middle East Diplomacy, the Belt and Road Strategic Partnership 2020. His new book, which will be out soon, is the New Silk Road Grand Strategy in the Maghreb, China and North Africa. He will speak about SINO GCC, that's the Gulf Cooperation Council partnership in a new era of great power competition. Go ahead.
Okay, you see my presentation? Okay. I will begin with some introduction about the Middle East. In the Middle East, we see that the US has responsibility to protect the aliens in the state that is a friend of that, and while the Chinese have the responsibility about to economy and about economy and the technology. This situation is very interesting because this was until that the competition between the two great powers has come to the Middle East. And this also reflects the Persian Gulf. My study is analyzed the Chinese partnership when the GCC state in the era of great power competition. It explores how the GCC countries' integration in the BRI framework is influenced by the new age of great power competition. What I want to see to talk about that this escalation in the competition between US and China could lead the GCC countries to reshaping their alliance and coalition in the region, reducing their diplomatic maneuver and to the lowest level, and abounding their neutrality and joined and maybe join one of the two camp against the other. But I want to make one state that the Gulf monarchy continue to view their ties when Washington as a co-player of their national security. They are determined to maintain the security partnership with US while strengthening the economic and technological partnership with China. But this great power competition complete their position and intention and pressure them to side with one of the two power. Some word about the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI. The BRI is the most ambitious geo-economic vision in the recent history as a maritime MRC and a land-based CREB component. The CRB comprises various subdivisions, including roads, railways, and pipelines, while the MSRI consisting of seaport and coastal development. They will create an economic corridor that link China with Europe and Africa to the Middle East, and into its trade and improve the Chinese access to the new markets and energy source. And now the BRI geographic scope is continuing expanding, covering more than 136 countries and 30 international organizations along 6 economic corridors. As you see in the map, you can see there is a build of land and road about on the sea. These two components are their target was the connection Asia, Africa, and Europe, and under one build that China will rule in that. Let's see how this connection to the GCC, the Gulf region serves as a vital geostrategic global crossroad in the Chinese overall connectivity concept of the BRI, especially for its MRC component. If we go to the map, you can see that the land road are moving by Iran and Turkey and to Europe, and the maritime road are moved by Iran, Bab el Mandeb, and Egypt, the Suez Canal. That we can see that the importance of the Middle East and the Gulf passion to this plan. China and the GCC state have expressed intention of cooperation between the BRI and their national development plans, such as Saudi Arabian Vision 2024, Qatar National Vision 2030, and Oman Vision 2020. The realization of the BRI requires China to engage and integrate with the Gulf partners in energy, economy, and political matters for the success of the initiative. And now I will want to show you how this gone. Let's begin with energy. Energy is at the heart of the Gulf state integration in the BRI framework, the partnerships and the growing links in the Gulf regions. The GCC country accounting almost 20% of the world oil resource and almost 20% of the world natural gas resource. Over the last 20-25 years, China oil import from the Gulf region has increased in absolute value and their sharing of its total crude oil import. In 2020, China imported almost 80 billion worth of oil from the Persian Gulf country, about 45% of its crude oil import. As Saudi Arabia is the China's largest supplier, provide almost 16% of China annual oil imports. As per estimates, by 2030, China will cater the all Gulf state oil export need by approximately 18% of their outputs. The Persian Gulf play a distinctive role in building in the BRI as energy-rich zone. Thus, the GCC oil production countries are essential partners in the successful implementing the BRI. In economy, trade and investment are other players of Gulf state integration in the BRI framework and have demonstrated a significant increase in recent years. Economic interests lie at the heart of the BRI framework and undergird all Chinese activities in the Gulf region. In 2020, China replaced the European Union as the GCC largest trading partner. As you can see in the map, in this map, you can see China GCC trade in the last years. If you can see in the 2021, the number is, wow, fantastic, is almost $230 billion. This is an increase, a very important in the trade between the countries. As you can see, in all the states, yes, there is increase in the trade. Another table, it's about the investment, okay, Chinese investment and contracts in the GCC state. As you can see, the total number is only $75 billion. The Chinese invested in contract in the GCC state. This is an important number for the country in the region and for China. In politics, China is seek to recognize as a great power domestically and internationally. China partnership with the GCC countries has expanded significantly. The two side leaders paid state visit in the GCC state becomes a frequent distance for Chinese officials. They use this high-level state visit as an tool to engage in when the GCC countries to achieve economic and political goal. China developed a strategic partnership with key GCC countries whose support can bolster its great power status and target, and project itself its influence into the new geography areas. China carry out its relations with the Gulf monarchy by using the strategy of partnership diplomacy rather than alliance like US. China has a strategic partnership agreement with the GCC countries detailing significant economic investment and trading within the BRI framework. Chinese diplomacy seek to be recognized as a great power status by challenging US hegemony, not openly. However, China neither seek nor is likely to replace Washington as a dominant security player in the region soon, and will maintain its self-interested policy of neutrality in the region, complex rivals and local conflict. Here you see that the level of partnership that China was used in the goal. The highest level is comprehensive strategic partnerships, and the next level is strategic partnership. And in the GCC country, you can see both level as this table show. As you see, Saudi Arabia is a pivot state. She was the first state that have a comprehensive strategy partnership with China. The second was the UAE, and Kuwait, Oman, and Qatar have been in the level, and the two level is strongest old state, but have a strategic partnership. Bahrain have no importance, so is the lowest strategic partnerships. Okay, my conclusion. In the global great power confirmation, the GCC countries will face a complex and delicate challenge to manage their relations when Washington widely integrating into the BRI framework. A choice between the US and China will be costly for the Gulf monarchy. They do not prepare to jeopardize their indisputable security cooperation with Washington. The Gulf state find itself in a delicate strategic position. They seek to expand their relations with China, promote technology cooperation and infrastructure projects, attract capital, crush advanced weapon, and tap into the vast of growing Chinese market. However, they continue to view their ties with Washington as a core pillar of their national security. They are not determined to maintain the security partnership with the US, while strengthening the economic and technological partnership with China. Therefore, a great power competition complete their position and pressure them to side when one of the two powers. As a result, they may lose either the security partnership or the economic and technical partnership. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do it fast.
Now, our next speaker is Yitzhak Gal. Yitzhak Gal is a research fellow at the Mitvim Institute and a senior consultant on Middle Eastern economic and business issues. He consults to Israeli government ministries, international organizations, NGOs, and companies. He's the founding partner in economic cooperation.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Ezri Institute for inviting me. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Okay. You can just make it full screen.
I think this is the best I can. We'll manage with this, unless otherwise it will take me half an hour to arrange it. Okay, my presentation will relate to economic relations between Israel and the UAE as driver for regional economic cooperation. My insights on this issue are based on both my research activity in this area, and as a practitioner, as a partner in a company that works in the UAE for the last 2.5 years on exactly the same issues of of leveraging the synergies between the UAE and Israel for cooperation, bilateral cooperation, and also more multilateral cooperation efforts. I'll start with a quick overview of the needs from the regional perspective. If we look at our region, maybe mainly the Arab Middle East as a whole, and in fact, if we exclude the Gulf countries and Israel, most of the other countries of the Arab Middle East are facing challenges which are of magnitude that they don't have, in fact, the capabilities to handle these challenges by their own resources and capabilities. The challenges are very diverse and deep. I will just touch on four major challenges. The first, or groups of challenges. The first group of challenges relate to the rapid growth in needs of most of the non-GCC Arab countries. The main driver of needs is the very fast growth of the population, and specifically the younger population. Every year in these countries, in Egypt, in Jordan, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Palestine, in fact, all over the non-GCC Middle East, millions of new young people enter the work age, and the relatively weak economies of these countries are far from being able to provide those young people with jobs, with any job at all, but which is, but especially jobs that are appropriate for their expectations and their education. In fact, most of the Middle East countries have, over the last decade, have been have had a revolution, in fact, experienced a revolution in education, in higher education. And in many of the poor Arab countries of the Middle East, more than half, or around half, let's say, in some countries even more, in some countries a little bit less than half of the new young people that enter the workforce every year have higher education, university education or other type of higher education, and they have expectations to find jobs which are appropriate to their education, and of course, these jobs are unavailable. Similar problems or similar, let's say, shortage are found in housing and in other needs of those young people. This is one group of challenges, a second group of challenges, or a second, let's say, trend that makes this first challenge even harder to tackle is that many of these countries, in fact, most of these countries over the last 15 years have experienced stagnation in their economic growth per capita. And this is, of course, a mirror picture of their inability to produce jobs, to produce enough new jobs. Another facet of the same problem is economic insecurity. Since these economies are not able to produce jobs that required for this growing population of young people, more and larger share of this young population is either unemployed or employed in jobs which are very insecure. So the way that or the economic environment that these people, or the economic ecosystem that these people are experience is very insecure, which of course make the economic, the psychological, and the social, and the economic frustration of these people even harder. So the bottom line of all these challenges and a lot of other challenges is a latent social and political unrest waiting to erupt. We, of course, everybody remembers the Arab Spring of about 10 years ago, almost 12 years ago now, but the situation is not better, is much worse than it was in the days of the Arab Spring. So the social and political unrest that beneath or underneath the Arab Spring is boiling and continue to boil, and the temperature of this boiling process is even higher, but it is a kind of underground current. But looking at this, but when we analyze this situation, it's boiling under our legs. Even though we don't see it, it has not erupted again in recent years. It is boiling. It is boiling, and we must recognize this. Now, and on top of all this, let's say, long-term trends that are in work, that are at work for decades, in the last decade and or so, decade or 2 decades, and especially in the recent decade, there is a new type or a new group of challenges which are becoming and looking ahead to the coming decade or 2. these are going to be the major challenges for all these countries, all these poor countries of the Middle East, namely mounting food insecurity and mounting water, energy, and environmental challenges. Now, these are the problems. Now, if we look where the solution or where the potential solution lies, in fact, there are two players in the region that have the capabilities to lead the required solutions. And these parties are Israel on the one hand, and the GCC bloc, mainly the UAE and Saudi Arabia on the other hand. And cooperation between these two parties, these two strong parties, in attending these regional mounting challenges and dangers is probably the only way to realistically try and provide solutions for these challenges. The Abraham Accords have created the political platform on which such regional cooperation and bold initiatives for solving these deep and tough challenges can be developed. Now I will try to demonstrate this statement which I made relating to two key clusters of challenges and opportunities, and I will demonstrate the impact of such solutions using Jordan as an example.
Try to summarize it in 2 minutes because we are out of time.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just jump to the end. I'll just jump to the end, and since I don't have time to make any. Okay, I just use the. Do I have 3 minutes?
2 minutes. Try to do it. If not, 3 minutes, but try to summarize.
Okay, I'll try to summarize. I'll just go very briefly on the water and renewable energy issue. I'll try to do it in less than 3 minutes. Looking at where the solution lies is in the synergy between Israel and the UAE in this specific field. The challenge for Jordan, in fact, Jordan, if Jordan's water problems are not solved, Jordan will be in a very difficult situation. Now we have here in this specific area, we already have a demonstration of this solution by the agreement, the trilateral agreement, Israeli, Emirati, Jordanian agreement, which was signed last year on a combination of solar energy and water supply project. This project is an example of this kind of synergies and cooperation that can solve these problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tzchak. Our final speaker for today is Dr. Scott Wiener. He is a professional lecturer in political science at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. His research focuses on the politics of identity, including kinship, nation, and gender. In 2013, he was a visiting research fellow at the American University of Kuwait and has conducted field work in Oman and Israel as well. His first book was just published this month with Edinburgh University Press, entitled Kinship, State Formation and Governance in the Arab Gulf States. He will speak about tribes and the state in historical context, evidence from Kuwait and Oman. Scott, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Are my slides visible? Perfect. Thank you so much for including me this evening. In November of 2011, Kuwait's parliament was stormed by opposition MPs, which were made up of a combination of Islamist and tribal coalition members. In February of 2012, Kuwait held parliamentary elections, but these were later annulled by the country's Supreme Constitutional Court. This created a crisis of confidence and governance between the Al-Sabah ruling family in Kuwait and members of the tribal Islamist opposition. In order to try to bridge these contentions, the emir at the time, Sabah, brought together the leaders of major tribal groups in Kuwait for a meeting in October. Following this meeting, several of the tribal sheikhs issued statements of support for the emir and asked some of their tribe members who were protesting to stand down. Nearly 10 years later, tribal politics continues to be an integral part of societies, not only in Kuwait, but throughout the entire Arab Gulf. In the wake of COVID-19, state-society relations are being consistently renegotiated, not only because of the immediate impacts of lockdowns and public health measures, but of course, because of the secondary economic effects that many of these countries are looking at as well. Better understanding the ways in which tribal politics and kinship authority on which tribes are based are predicated is really important for understanding how these new state-society bargains are likely to play out in the future. So what I'll share today is a brief summary of my book, which is out officially tomorrow with Edinburgh University Press. It's based on about 6 months of fieldwork in Kuwait and about a month total in Oman, looking through predominantly British archives and also conducting 52 semi-structured interviews in both English and Arabic with former government leaders, tribal leaders, students, NGO officials. And I think we'll put some of the discussions that we've heard so far today in a bit of historical and theoretical context. So I won't talk as much about current events as the other members of the panel, but I'll hopefully give a bit more context to it. So a book about the fact that tribes matter in the Arab Gulf is not particularly innovative. That's something that a lot of people understand. But when we try to understand what exactly it is tribes are, we get a lot of different answers. These can sort of be split up into tribes as identity versus tribes as ways of obtaining access. So we have some work recently that looks at tribes as electoral constituencies and how members of parliaments give resources and access to members of their tribe. Earlier work looks at the role of patron-client relationships between tribal leaders and their constituencies. And of course, we have the work of the late Emmanuel Marx from Tel Aviv University, looking at the role of tribes as corporatist groups of distributing resources. So for the specific questions that these articles and books are asking, these are appropriate ways to think about tribes, but there's a broader gap that appears in the literature when we're trying to understand what exactly it is these tribes are, and not understand them as examples of other things, but to understand them on their own terms. This is important because, as I said, tribes are critical parts of governance in every state in the Arab Gulf and beyond in the broader Middle East. So it's actually quite surprising that we don't have kind of a concentrated way of reconciling these sort of more identity and material aspects of tribes. This creates policy gaps as well. When our understanding is poor, it leads to poor analysis. For example, a recent report from the Center for Strategic and International Studies here in Washington, DC in December 2019, this is a major think tank in DC, wrote a report arguing that voluntary ideological affiliations have taken the place of blood ties in the Arab Gulf. So having strong analysis is not only important for academic reasons, but of course for policy accuracy as well. So building off of the work of Kanchan Chandra and her work on ethnic politics, I look at tribes as sort of based on a super sticky kinship identity. So there's stickiness and visibility. These are two aspects of identity. A visible attribute is one that can be easily detected. So skin color is a good example. In the Gulf states, names are visible. We can tell just by knowing somebody's name, what tribe they're from, what status that tribe is. We can find out what the historic occupation of that family is, where that family originates from. And the lineage of that person is comprised within the name itself. So by looking at the name of the current Emir of Kuwait, Emir Nawaf, we can tell who his father and grandfather was. So this is easy to detect, and that's really useful. Secondly, we can look at stickiness. A sticky attribute is hard to change. So again, skin color, right? Very difficult to go from one skin color to another. So when we think about kinship, this is a sticky attribute. It's a genuine belief that person A and B are connected through common descent from an apical ancestor. It doesn't have to be literal as long as the belief itself is genuine. So this is a really sticky way of determining identity, because most identities say you're part of an in-group and not an out-group. Kinship goes a step further and says you're part of this in-group, but within this in-group, you are in this specific orientation. So you're not just part of this family, you're the son of this person, grandson of this person, great-grandson of this person. So in the Gulf context, kinship authority is especially useful because when you have multiple tribes competing over vital limited resources, knowing who is part of your group and who isn't is really valuable. So having these really sticky and visible attributes makes kinship and tribal authority really important for the way that politics plays out. So what I argue in the book essentially is that the ways that tribalism matters in politics are not a one-size-fits-all model. It varies depending on different states. So in some places, you have kinship existing almost separate from the state, doing things that we might otherwise expect governments to do. And I argue that that comes as a result of competitive access between different tribes to vital resources before state building. When the state reached out to those tribes during state building, it had to reach out to them individually. This reified the importance of tribalism, and that's why we see it holding governing salience today. In contrast, there are other states where tribes cooperated for access to these resources before state building, and so they formed what I call proto-bureaucracies to help manage the affairs of different disputes that might have arisen. During the state building, state formation process, the state could simply subsume those proto-bureaucracies into the larger state apparatus. And so as a result, kinship has become instrumentalized. So whether or not kinship is sort of apart from the state with governing salience or part and parcel with the state with instrumentalized salience, these are fundamentally different ways in which states work. So understanding how these originate is really important for us to wrap our heads around the configurations of power in a lot of the Gulf states. So I'll briefly look at two of the cases that I examine in the book. The first is Kuwait, where we had competitive access. So different tribes had different regions of influence, which were called diyar, plural, or dira, single. There were wells in each of these areas, and the tribes that controlled these areas had control of the wells as well, and they can negotiate with weaker tribes for access as well. But these tribes were competitive. There were ad hoc arrangements to deconflict, but there was no sort of sitting institution that could manage some of the conflicts that might emerge over competition for water resources. That meant that when the Kuwaiti state was starting to get built, sort of in the 50s and 60s, it had to reach out to individual tribes in an attempt to bring them within the purview of the state. One great example of this is the creation of the modern design of Kuwait City in the 1970s, which you can see in the picture on the right. All those different squares were different neighborhoods, and the Kuwaiti government issued housing permits to tribes on sort of a first come, first served basis. So if there's any point that we might have expected tribal authority to be subsumed within the bureaucratic state, it would have been a case like this. Except that members of tribal groups simply swapped housing permits with each other. And so they were able to concentrate different families in different parts of the city. So Shab, which is kind of outside of the capital, just kind of southeast, is known as an area where many members of the Bakahani family live, for example. So because these tribes were competing, the state had to reach out to them individually, which meant that kinship continued to be important even at the end of the state formation period. Now that's a very different case than Oman. In Oman, not all tribes were settled, but many were, or some were sort of seasonally nomadic, so settled in some places parts of the year, other places other parts. And water access came through a series of canals called aflaj, plural, or falaj, singular. Now, the falaj were a physical infrastructure. They would be used for cleaning, for washing before worship, for irrigation, and there were different different people who had to manage different aspects of the aflaj system. So if it broke, if there was a conflict with another village using the system, then someone would have to mediate that. So these proto-bureaucracies would do that. So when the state in Oman sort of started to build up, it could simply pull these proto-bureaucracies into the state, which it has today. They're part of the Ministry of Water and Resources in Oman. So they're a decentralized bureaucracy, but they are centralized nonetheless. So why does this matter? So a lot of the things we've talked about come back to state relations. Obviously, we've talked about the Abraham Accords and the importance of Israel's outreach to a lot of Gulf governments. And obviously, as a first step, this is a really critical aspect of politics in the region. As those ties and those relations develop, it will be more and more important to understand the societies that a lot of these governments are managing, especially given some of the instability that we've heard about before. And so having a deeper understanding of this really fundamental component of Gulf states will be really critical for understanding how the future of this engagement is likely to play out in the future. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott. That concludes the final panel. And now I would want finally to invite Professor Shul for concluding remarks.
Thank you very much, Ziv. I think that the program was a fascinating one. And you, with Alex, cleverly selected the exact sessions that we need to cover the whole picture. And as we call this, Iran and the Gulf states in the shadow of the recent events. There are many unknowns for the future, and I think that it will give us more material to research and to look at it, even though as we face with the Russian-Ukraine campaign, it's not predictable. And I should mention the nuclear deal, and if the nuclear deal will not reveal what is the US plan B, what will be the US position in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accord or not. We didn't touch the Palestinian issues, which is almost every time that we have a delegate from the Gulf states, they mention it, and they mention it consistently. So what is the Palestinian case in this relationship? And other things that I think that we'll touch on it in the coming future. As I mentioned, Alex and Ziv, who, let's say, orchestrated all this program, I would like also to thank Zavit and Orit, who did all the, let's say, managerial and administrative work that support us to realize this Ezri Center conference. As a follow-on, we would like to have a draft and to send it or to circulate it to each of you to get your comments, because at the end, we would like to have some kind of, let's say, articles that we can put in our website or maybe publish it. So I think that within the next week, you will get a draft of your presentation and what you said. And if somebody wants to, let's say, amend it or put more material to it, it's okay. And we try to do it exactly as you mentioned. And I hope that, and that's a promise to the Ezri family, which is represented by Dr. Efrat Sofer, that we will continue with such a kind of conferences. I'm happy that we did it in the English language. The hours, we try to accommodate hours that would fit the Israeli as well as from the United States. And we have a lot to do in order to deal with this area, because in Israel we don't have a lot of expertise. So thank you very much to all the panelists. Thanks Ziv and Alex. And once again, thanks Zavit and Norit, who did all the efforts to realize this to such a conference. Thank you and have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. I want to just thank you also for being here, and all of the speakers and the audience that remained with us. I think we already have a plan for next year. Everything's already set, right? All of the plans. This concludes our 14th annual conference at the Ezri Center. We do hope that you found it interesting, and we wish you all well. Thank you and goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everybody.